Hello, hello, good morning, welcome to Feedback Friday Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. We're doing art again. So yeah, I did an art stream last week, and Dave is off today. I'm off all of next week, going to cottage country with the family. So doing some art today, and yeah, you'll be able to ask Dave all the very important gameplay questions next week instead of today. Hello, The Math Awakening, Diamond Knight, Jonathan Barry. Welcome everyone to the stream. I hope you all have a good time with me today. I'm not sure how long we'll stream today. I got some kind of packing and stuff to do for tomorrow, heading out. But we're going to try and finish a character that I started earlier in the week. So let's just jump into it. Oh, also, you may notice that I have a very different looking background, including a little animal bed down there. So Alex and I spent basically the entirety of last weekend, or yeah, the weekend just kind of like rearranging the entire apartment. So I have a much nicer, cooler looking backdrop. And since we both stream on Fridays, sometimes our kind of setups are further apart, so there's less kind of like having to, put on the headset and mute and all that. Yeah, thank you. It is a decent collection of board games, all written in reverse. They're all like very special limited edition boxes that I got where all the printing was reverse, impressively. Every single one of those. Yeah, so yeah, I'm a big fan of board games. Not enough of them, really. But yeah, so trying out this new angle, it does actually create a little more reflection on the monitor, so that I'm kind of getting used to. But I like this setup a lot, and it's so pretty back here. There's just like all these plants that Alex grows. They're very beautiful and lush, and like, actually if you look up here, that is Big Boy. It's a Monstera. It is absolutely massive, and that came from like a cutting of another monster, like the original Monstera, which is too big. There's just a lot of cool plants, and I'm not responsible for them because I'm not as good with them. But yeah, Alex has a green thumb. I'm trying to grow some vegetables. So we'll see how that goes. They're out on the balcony. Planted some tomatoes and peppers. I did tomatoes like a few years back, and it was wonderful. Got a decent amount of fruits off of it, so it wasn't bad at all. But I got it when it was like already partially established. So we'll see how it goes growing it from seeds. But I got some plants going. We'll see. Yeah, so today we're going to be working on a new mouse. It is for the folklore forest. And this one's kind of like a higher tier character, deeper in kind of the adventure. And it is based off of the Snow Queen character, which is kind of Hans Christian Andersen character from way back. A lot of like characters have been based off of her in various stories. So we're kind of doing our own. I think right now the name we're going with, we'll see if it sticks, is the Ice Regent, because we're kind of like taking well-known kind of classic characters and kind of modifying their names to be a little bit different and unique, but still a reference to the originals. And I did a little research on the original kind of story, and there's some interesting little details that I liked, but most especially that she is like followed around by a swarm of bees because she's royalty and bees have a queen, and they're made of like snow. They're snowflakes that are shaped like bees. So I was like, that is the greatest detail ever. So yeah, she's one of the characters that you'll get to encounter kind of deeper in the adventure. Um, yeah, and so I kind of like I worked up this kind of the character sketch, kind of tried out some things, ended up on this I liked, and I feel like it'll be a lot of fun to kind of create this frosty, icy, snowy fabric. I kind of want to make it seem like it's maybe made of ice, something like that maybe. But also I like the idea of like the base of the dress being like snowdrifts kind of piling up against it. So we'll see if we can kind of capture any of that. It's potentially more kind of detail than I might want to try to fit in today. So we'll see how well it goes. But yeah, there's just a wide range of characters that are all kind of like have all existed in the kind of like the lexicon of kind of fables and fairy tales and stuff. So I hope you enjoy kind of like the cast that we've created. Um, I know I certainly am. It's very, very good. Lots of like awesome art from the team too. All right, so I just noticed that this kind of cropped out earlier than I needed it to. There we go. Yeah, so I basically got the busy work done so that I'd be more ready to just kind of jump into rendering today. Uh, yeah. Yeah, I think I have like, well, I have the original Catan, some expansions for it, and then also a Star Trek one. I actually haven't played the Star Trek one. And then I have a whole bunch of like horror games like Arkham Horror and Mansions Madness. They're good like cooperative games. Lots of those. And there's like Descent down near the bottom, big box. It's kind of like Dungeons and Dragons adventure where one person plays as kind of like the dungeon master. It's a cool like system with kind of like a campaign where you like level up and stuff. Yeah, and then I have like a pretty unknown kind of set of games that kind of were a spin-off of another game that I really like. It's this game that I played like since I was, I don't know, early college, I guess, called Dofus. French game, and then they made kind of like a spin-off of the IP called Wakfu, which is like the world before things went all wrong and there was a like, you know, big dramatic world event that changed, that kind of split the two apart in a way. Timeline stuff, but they ended up kind of like trying out a couple of different games in that IP, like a collectible card game on the phone, deck building style thing, and then they made like a series of board games. And I kind of collected like all of the various board games that they kind of explored, and none of them really kind of took off. But I have like a big box of just like every single little figure that they kind of came out with, which are pretty great. I like them. Yeah. Maybe I'll bring that to the cottage and try it out with my brothers, because they like board games too. I haven't really gotten to play that one much, so it could be fun. Okay, so I just kind of cleaned up a couple of like details that kind of got shifted in ways that I just noticed when I was kind of like adjusting dimensions and layers. And so by cleaning those up, it'll make the actual rendering process a lot faster and smoother. Also, we could make a layer for our little bee friends, which is probably a good idea. This is very interesting because I still need to like calibrate my monitor a bit better. Like, you can probably see the line down here. but I actually can't on this monitor. I can see it up there. I can see it like on my side monitor. So it's interesting. I need to adjust that still. The glare doesn't help much either. But if I draw behind it, which is kind of like, you know, here's the snowflake bee color, I guess, then suddenly I can see that the sketch lines, it's just like the very lightest gray specifically that vanishes for me. I keep pointing that out and being like, I should probably adjust that, and then I never actually do. So I guess it's not that big a deal. Yeah, I like these kind of like cute, lumpy little guys. It would be a lie if I were to say that I wasn't inspired by like the blocky Minecraft bees. If you've ever seen those, they're very cute. So I kind of wanted to like give her kind of like her own kind of swarm of little cute chunky bees. Frosty bees. And then of course, like I was kind of chatting with the art team about kind of the sketch, and inevitably I was like, I'll bet you any money that the requested thumbnail for this mouse is going to be of the bee, one of the bees, and not the character herself. So I expect that from you all. No one took me up on that bet. They all agree. All right. So just blocking this in, we'll probably toss more bees in the scene once I've kind of like rendered more of the character. I just don't want to like overload it by kind of putting too many of them in. Yeah. So hello everyone else in the chat that I hadn't said hello to. Let's see. Bomber, Nari, Joel, Snow, Joshua, Ryan, Diamond. Hello, hello, Swifty. Hello, everybody. ZZ. All right. Transparentish cape. And it's like bee wings. Ooh, that sounds really cool. I like that. Yeah. Hello, Frank. Welcome. But yeah, so let's see. Should we probably just jump right into rendering stuff? We can start with like the dress. Also in like the story, she's said to be wearing like a big coat. So I was like, I'm gonna give her like the biggest, poofiest collar, and then also I was like, wait, what if the collar is the bees? So I kind of want to have them like nesting in the collar. I think that'd be fun. But yeah, we'll see if we get that level of detail on this one. All right, I think let's start with kind of like the dress. Now, I'm wondering if maybe I kind of did this with Bo Peep before, but I actually kind of started with kind of blocking in a gradient across the whole thing, sort of creating a kind of shadow pass first. That could be not a bad idea, so that's not how I want to do that though. Let's see. Foreground to transparent using this color. So we could do something like that. And then could also maybe try another layer where we kind of like add a bit of warm, but like have it like radial, perhaps. It's just kind of got like a certain drama to it, which is cool. And again, like here's the dilemma of kind of like putting these layers kind of like up at the top of the stack is like I have to paint underneath these potentially. Screen. I like lighten. Just add and add glow is going to be too strong. Yeah. Overlay. It's not quite giving us that warm light. Hard light is good, but I feel like when I start to kind of put stuff below that's going to get a bit wonky. Pin light, lighter color. I'm still kind of getting used to the layer effects in Clip Studio because they're a little bit different from what I was used to with Photoshop. Brightness. So okay, so I think lighten is good, and then I actually want to try kind of doing this as like a backlight. So if I put a clipping mask on that, and then just kind of try erasing away. I think I want it to be kind of like soft edged in some parts too. Like I kind of like being cast shadows on things. But I like it having kind of like a bit of a bloom to it. So like I almost want to duplicate that maybe. Like turn off. Or even kind of shrink it down so it's like more like right where the light is bleeding over. Yeah, so that's kind of interesting. Honestly, like it does a fair amount of lifting for the kind of dimensional quality. Like it feels more 3D. I almost am tempted to try rendering this in a different method than I tend to. Because like normally what I would do is I would kind of like work off of kind of like each of these layer blocks and kind of render into that only. But like, what if I start here and render on top of that? This is a very different method. Might run into a lot of issues trying it, but now I'm kind of curious how that would work. And as you know, for whatever reason, I like to not that one layer, this layer. I like to find kind of weird challenges for how to kind of like push the art, try something different. And so this might be the way to do it. So basically what I've done is I've kind of blocked in the silhouette of the character in this folder. And it's kind of like built out of all these parts, like how I tend to create mice normally. So if I kind of block that in, you can see like, aha, there's the silhouette. And there's a gap here. Let me figure out where that is. So you gone. Okay, cool. So also we can kind of like take a quick look, see that the silhouette is kind of like, you know, there is some clarity around the character's kind of shape, so that's good. Just fixing that there. Any other weird pixel gaps? I think we're good there. Got like some artifacts around the bees. Clean those up real quick. Nice. And this as well. Where are you? Oop. Okay, well, I'll figure that one out. There's a little gap here. All right. Anyways, so I have kind of like the whole mouse constructed out of flat layers. Kind of like turn them each on and off. And then I have kind of like these gradients slapped on top of that shape. But like, I like what's going on. This is a good kind of like starting point. So now I'm just kind of like, okay, well, what if we just render over top of this? Just go from there. It's not normally how I work, so this should be an interesting way to kind of tackle this. So let's try it. Let's see what we can learn about just changing it up, trying something a little different. It's still a valid way to make art, right? Just less familiar. Might run into some kind of difficulties with this method. Like, one of the things this doesn't necessarily afford is like the separation between materials, right? Normally when I'm rendering within one of these kind of like blocks, and I have kind of like the actual kind of like bounds of that layer, so that I can kind of just overpaint, and I'm not kind of like drawing over other layers. With this potential, I don't have that kind of like limitation, so that can be good and bad. You know, if I want one material edge to kind of like blend into another, it's useful to have kind of like the ability to cross over and blend between them. But yeah, I could also flatten this into the current layers, which is an acceptable way to do it, I suppose. Just makes it so that I can't adjust kind of the shadow portion of this, or these kind of adjustment layers. That's the word I was looking for a while back. The actual adjustment layers, like if I decided to change kind of like how I want this light to hit stuff, that would be a bit of a bother. So if I bring you back to normal, grab that color, back to lighten, kind of want to get more of that here. I'll fade that out more because it's further from the source. Yeah, I think that has a pretty nice looking effect to it. Here I'm trying to feel all tropical. It's supposed to be like 36 Celsius tomorrow, so I feel like having like a nice frosty character is going to be nice for heading into that. It is not for the lake, no. Ooh, that's a nice idea. Long and frosty icicles for manicure. That's great. I like that idea. Because I was like, I'll give her a bunch of like, you know, fancy silver rings and stuff to kind of add to the upper crust, the royalty. But yeah, like frozen manicure is a pretty great idea. Like it. Kind of got a bit of that like beautiful but vicious kind of vibe to it, right? Cool. Okay, so manicure, you can barely see it, but it's there. I mean, that's a good question, Bish. I actually try to put like the characters in that range more often than not, to be honest. I don't tend to kind of be like they are specifically, you know, one gender or another. And then being the like frozen regent, yeah, exactly. Is this for an area that is not the table of contents or the prologue pond or the forward farm? It is a character that belongs into one of those, yes. Okay. Anyways, I am gonna try kind of this rendering method. It's a little out of my wheelhouse, so I'm sure I'll learn something from it. But effectively, I kind of like lump all those layers into kind of like one, and I'm just kind of rendering over top of that. So it's a bit wild, but it's kind of neat because I'm like more so focused on the light and shadows potential. So that's cool. Yeah, I just need to kind of like be aware of kind of like what is overlapping what. There's also like a great potential of there to be kind of just atmosphere in this piece as well, with the kind of like free, like frozen air around the character. Can kind of like it gives more of a kind of reason to have this haze kind of in the air, which creates this lovely bloom of light where there's just kind of like, you know, frozen water droplets in the air, a little ice kind of pellet, just kind of vapor, not vapor, but like, you know, a mist of ice kind of in the air. And it's going to kind of like cause the light to kind of diffuse and kind of like create a fog, I guess you could say. More than a decade, yeah. I love that like so many of our players, especially ones that like come in and hang out on the streams, have kind of been a part of the journey and actually like shaped this world with us by kind of like having conversations with the developers and kind of like watching the art kind of come together and grow. It's just such a unique and wonderful experience to like work on a project where that is an element of it, you know? It's just very special to me. Very, very cool. I also like having new people kind of come in and get to experience that this is a thing that we do here. Partake in it, add their ideas. All right, so we have our lighting. I think it's lovely. It'll be interesting to try and draw on top of this and like preserve it, but let's just keep going this way. See what happens. Wow, 14th anniversary in June. Yeah, you've been with us practically the entire time. That's awesome. Very, very awesome. Okay, so one thing we could do if we need to, and this isn't how I tend to work, but I know a lot of people that do work like this, they will use kind of like selections to kind of like work on specific parts. So you can do a selection by holding Control and clicking on the thumbnail of the layer, and it'll kind of like select all the pixels that exist there. Then we can come up to our working layer and just kind of draw directly on top of that. I feel like I'm going to be like, I don't like this way of working pretty early on, but you know what? It's what we're trying, so see where this goes. Also, another thing about like Clip Studio that Photoshop does, how I like it, and I haven't kind of found a way to do that with Clip Studio, is having the selection hidden, but still selected. In Photoshop, you can just kind of like hit Control H and hide, and that is quite useful for like being able to like see right up to the edge of things, or like if you're kind of covering over a spot with this little menu, you just can't really get rid of that. So it's a little bit frustrating that you can't hide that, or I haven't figured out how anyways. So if anyone knows how to do that, that'd be awesome. Let me just take a quick look, see if they didn't add something that I missed. Because they have done a lot of updates pretty regularly. Let's see, I guess it would be under Select maybe. Control H is the hotkey in Photoshop, does not do it. Well, anyways, that's not bad. I think the sketch can kind of like hide for the most part. I still get like a pretty good view of it, even at 9% opaque, which is pretty awesome. Let's see. Yeah, little snow bees. If you've read the original tale, or at least a synopsis of it, it mentions that the Snow Queen has little snowflakes shaped like bees that are kind of like her assistants. All right. Why did I stop posting these artworks to my Facebook page? That's a good question. I think a number of them, I would like do a stream and it would be in a kind of like weird work in progress state, and then I'd be like, I don't really feel like posting that one, and then I just kind of forget to. It's a terrible excuse. I shall post this one today because I've been meaning to have done it, and then I just like it fell out of the kind of flow of stuff. Like often at the end of the stream, I'd be kind of like, oh, I'm very exhausted. I can't look at this and kind of like see it clearly anymore. So I just kind of intend to kind of deal with it later, I guess. Why is that? Did I erase? I did erase that. Excellent. Yeah, so I think it's good to post. I will post. I just often forgot, I guess, because I stopped kind of making sure I did it regularly, and then forgot to actually pick it up again. So, oops, that's on me. All right. Also, there is a little bit more of a challenge of kind of like making sure I'm grabbing this kind of highlight color to work on this highlight layer. So it's like a little bit of a weird method. Maybe I'm just not kind of familiar with the best way to go about working with this technique that I'm just kind of making up on the spot here. But, okay. Plus, if I'm like erasing and rendering for highlights and shadows specifically, I gotta try and remember to use the clipping mask instead of the main layer. There's just kind of like more to kind of like remember to do. So that's interesting. All right. With this is the shadow layer. So if I erase away, it's actually going to lighten it. So it's kind of a bit inverted from how I might think of it normally. And right now I'm erasing on a clipping layer, so I can paint it back in if I need to soften it up. Also with Clip Studio, I've been able to like do recordings, so I actually need to do stuff with those as well. So that'll be nice to have. Oh, one of the things that I should remember to do this time, because I forgot to do it with the initial Bo Peep drawing, was to put the kind of like the backdrop in. So let's see. That might change how much I like this backlight. So we're all using this kind of like paper here. Scale this up, let's say 150. And we'll rotate you. Sure. Okay. And then let's get that. Is this handle supposed to rotate? I'm just trying to pick like a different angle than I've used before. All right, cool. We'll go with that. All right. Now, what I can do is create a selection. And then clipping mask, and now I'll knock that back a fair amount. Okay, and I think the whole character can shift a bit. Maybe like so. Cool. All right, and then let's just kind of soften that edge quite a bit more. Can I create a vignette for it? I like how kind of the old classic storybooks have that kind of vignetted illustration to it, and that's kind of like why we created this kind of backdrop to kind of almost like emulate that feeling of kind of like the illustration at the end of a storybook or something. Okay, so I think that isn't bad. Don't want the B there to disappear, so we'll kind of adjust the look of that one. Kind of like add a bit more texture to kind of like some parts of this. I kind of almost like this torn paper feeling to it. If you kind of fray the edge just right, you can kind of make it feel like it was like kind of like a rough paper that was kind of like ripped, and it was just not a clean kind of tear. You get some kind of layers ripping out. So anything to kind of like make it feel like it's inside of a storybook that is old, classic, I think is kind of the way to go. So, okay, I think that still captures the lighting. I think maybe I'll kind of get rid of that crease there. I think that's a little disruptive looking, so I'm going to rasterize that, and then just kind of use my smudge brush to. Why are you smudging? Interesting. There we go. Not sure why that wasn't working before, but got it. And just might kind of smudge a couple of spots just to kind of like balance out the texture, because if it's like a little smooth here, I'm going to kind of do the same treatment elsewhere so it feels uniform. Cool. Okay, so that still works. Let's take a quick look in grayscale as well. Color profile, preview settings, and this is a custom color profile where I can just kind of like check out what it looks like in proper kind of balanced grayscale. It's based off of the 0.20% used for kind of printing purposes way back. But this will really help us kind of like set up our shadows and highlights to like really get this going. So as different as this kind of flow is, I'm actually kind of digging it. It's going to make kind of like fine details a little more maybe challenging, like kind of working on a texture for the dress, let's say, kind of like keeping that from overpainting is going to be a little bit more manual work, like painting behind the tail, for example, right? Because instead, like before, I could just kind of like draw away and the tail is just sitting on top. With this method, I kind of have to like paint it all as if it's one layer. But I actually sometimes like working that way. But it does definitely, grab that and dragged it instead of just scrolling. It does actually kind of create a lot more potential to kind of work all these shadows and highlights as one way more kind of effectively. So that's kind of cool too. So I'm going to try using a luminosity layer and just kind of pushing and pulling more of the shadow and kind of like build up some of the occlusion. And because I'm using a brightness layer, it's only affecting kind of like the black and white of it. It doesn't adjust the colors. So that makes it so that we can kind of like look at it in this grayscale mode without having to worry so much about what's going to happen when we pop back to the colored mode. Like I won't have like weird orange shadows or something like that definitely something I've dealt with before when kind of like trying to change kind of like lighting quality on stuff while looking at it in grayscale. If I don't have it kind of like set to only change the values, the brightness, might end up kind of like color grabbing the wrong color completely and making a mess of it. So okay, I like maybe these kind of like being more of an accent by kind of having a little bit deeper contrast. So I'm just going to darken that in general. So if I kind of zoom out and like really take it in, it's just kind of like a little kind of almost like you're squinting at it, right? This creates a more interesting kind of just design. So I like that. And kind of darken it up here. Just playing with the value structure, the composition, if you will. And who knows, I might end up liking this process where I kind of like just work as if it's all one layer. But at the same time, I can't like draw outside of the whole mouse, but I can like draw over everything and just kind of like make my lighting the priority earlier on. Like cohesive lighting, that is. So it's interesting. We'll see if this is a good method or not. Right now, I think it's working for me. Later, I'm afraid it's gonna like bite me in the butt and be like, ugh, it's gonna be a headache to try and kind of like work that. But right now, it's letting me kind of like designate my brightest and darkest areas. Actually, I feel like this should be above the highlights, yeah. Because before I couldn't kind of like add shadow into the areas that I had highlights going on. This might get weird with the color stuff. Because now I'm kind of like darkening areas that I have thrown a warm light into, and when you darken that, those are gonna like have weird colors going on. So it should be below, and I should erase away the highlights where I don't want them anymore. Okay. So I probably still need to adhere to that kind of. Getting some nice kind of occluded shadows up in there. It's just where kind of like the materials are really kind of like butted up against each other and like blocking the light from getting into those deep creases. Yeah, glittering bling indeed. Yeah, I'm gonna have her have like darker fur. I don't have like enough kind of like range of fur colors, and I even kind of want to do more like spotted mice and stuff. I don't tend to kind of like do kind of like a lot with the fur itself. So that's something that I need to kind of like work on, kind of like expanding that more. Because there's so much potential, and I don't kind of really get everything I could out of that, and so yeah, seems foolish to not increase the range. Plus that contrast is just going to look pretty awesome. That look, that pops, you know. All right, so let's look at that with color. So it's still working. So far, so good. Again, kind of like turning off these highlights and shadows. You can see why kind of there is a bit of a benefit to working this way. Hopefully it outweighs the headache to come. Okay, so I think we can add a bit more kind of warmth to some portions of the character, like the ears. Actually, in this case, I could go down to the actual kind of mouse layer and just kind of like throw that kind of base color in to those areas. Yeah. Bling on the bees too. Yes. Nice crystallish stings. That's fun. Now, going in and grabbing kind of like the base color for like the mouse here, I need to like turn off all these modifying layers, which is going to be a pain. And then if I was like, oh, I want this a bit darker here for the base color, that is definitely going to be where some of that headache lies. So I can't just like grab colors and assume that what I'll lay down is going to work in that spot anymore. So I'm pretty happy with what the highlights and such are doing. So I might do a thing where I just like flatten this, but I keep kind of like these selections, like the dress and this. Do I want to do that? Well, let's do a save, as it's suggesting, and let's try that. Let's just see what happens if I do this. So, how best to handle that? What we could do is we kind of did this already with Bo Peep. Ooh, ice diamond necklace. Like that. Okay. Leave the sketch off. Don't even know what this layer does. But one of the things I did before was I like duplicated this and applied it as a clipping layer specifically to like each of these kind of like cutouts. So let's just see what happens if I do that. The thing is, it'll look weird until it's all done effectively. So just see what happens. Okay, so that's the trim there, done. And then these turned on again. Can I just copy you? Hide all of you. Even, okay, that's that. I actually don't need any of it on those. Here we'll try paste. It does work, okay. And then merge. Cool, so far so good. This might work. Manicure, mouse, all right. And boom. Okay, so I am kind of going back to my regular workflow. So I don't know if this is copping out. But I did get like a lot out of kind of the method. But yeah, I'm just kind of thinking like, oh, it's going to be like a wild pain to kind of like do the dress and such. And like just working any kind of details. There we go. So that's back to where it was, but now it's back to kind of like my usual technique of kind of like each of these are blocked in on their own layers. You can get rid of that. Got the sketch on top again. This I don't need anymore. Don't need anymore. And silhouette is still working. Okay. Cool. Yeah. So we did a bit of work. Yeah, now we can kind of like focus on littler details. Like that was good for kind of like setting up the initial highlights and shadows and just kind of like lighting composition. And also like the value structure as well, like being able to kind of like create a little bit more of a kind of here are the darks and lights and kind of the composition of that. I think that worked actually pretty well. So it's not a bad flow early on, kind of like using that method and then just kind of copying it down into the layers below. It kind of creates this nice uniform quality to it where there's like, I started with a gradient, and so there's just this kind of like softer kind of like flow between all the parts. So I think that worked well. And now I can do things like staying on this layer and then just jumping to my luminosity brush as opposed to like making a brightness layer to kind of do the same thing. I think I'm gonna kind of lighten the top side of this because I want it to feel like snow here. And I might actually like reshape a bit of this anyways, because I want this kind of dress to feel like, you know, it's pointing more forward because that's kind of the way she's facing, right? So having it kind of like turned back like that kind of fought against that idea. So I might even kind of like push this up to here. Something like that. Yeah, I think I can kind of balance that out with the detail passes later. Yeah, that feels more like she's kind of pointing forward now. Also, I kind of like wanted the gesture to feel like she's almost beckoning you, because that's what she does in like the initial story. She like basically lures some poor kid into kind of like being subservient to her, so he can try and spell out the word eternity made of ice. Yeah. All right. Yeah, she's pretty evil, I would think. Kind of, you know, brainwashing innocent kids who have troll mirror shards in their eyeball and heart. It's a wax story, guys. Pretty wild. Right on. All right. Ah, human requirement of sleep. What's up with that? What is up with that? Good day. Good day. Welcome. Should have a pretty decent stream today. I mean, unless I end up just like rendering this to completion like super fast. I just dropped my lid. Here we go. Which actually, you know, it's coming together. So either I get this done faster than I anticipated, or we just get to spend a lot of time on really nice details. Because honestly, there's a lot of potential for like fun details. Like we could spend the entire afternoon just making a swarm of bees. So no worries there. She is missing facial features. This is true. So we can address that right now. And now actually, since I've kind of like returned to a more kind of workable way of kind of rendering on layers that kind of like are below others, it will be a lot easier to work on this. Alright, so need a clipping mask on you. There you go. Yeah, like before when I had kind of like the layers on top of the folder, it would make it like really hard to add any kind of detail to the face without kind of like being like, okay, I need to grab like a very specific color to make it look like it fits with the rest of the colors. I can't just grab it directly. It's not how it would work in that mode, because it has like a modifying layer on top that's just changing all of everything. So yeah. Once things are established, flattening it out, as I did, is definitely the play. Definitely. All right. So give her a nose. Oh, actually, you know what I was thinking when I first came up with this character was like having, instead of like the warm kind of like red ears and nose and hands, having it like icy cold. That would also look pretty rad. So we could try that. Let's just do a new layer for this, just in case we don't want that, like if it doesn't quite work. But you know, instead of that kind of like warm blood, having it be cold. If you've ever kind of like been in cold water, you may notice that, you know, extremities can kind of go a bit blue. Wash. Yeah, I mean that is the goal, is to kind of have it be light kind of shining through the ears. But the question would be, kind of, do I want there to be like warm blood or her to have ice blood, you know? So if it's like still backlit and there's that subsurface scattering, having it be cold is a potentially interesting choice. However, with subsurface scattering, you do tend to get kind of warmer wavelengths, so I might still shift it to a warmer color, but like still keep it in that kind of like reacting to the cold. Yeah, Wash is always very thirsty when he comes in from outside. Okay, so that might be the play there. Having this kind of like purple. Plus purple is like a royal color, right? It all works. Yeah, I kind of like the visuals of kind of like the backlight being the warmest part of it. Maybe even tone that texture back even further. Or maybe actually stronger. And I think as long as I render so that it like is kind of reading cleanly against that backdrop, because right now it's easy to kind of like blend into it. So if it's a lot lighter, it's okay. If it's a lot darker, it might be even better for like having a rim light on it. And then like the bees show up nice and easily too. That collar does. So darker might be the way to go. Yeah, let's go with that. But then we can do kind of like a nice rim light on this fabric here. I might even just kind of like warm that even more. Yeah. There we go. That's the one. So now, like that kind of works with the background texture color. But then when this rim light is kind of bouncing on all these surfaces, it's going to kind of like feel very strong because it's retaining its color on all these surfaces. So it's going to feel nice and intense. It's going to help pick out all these details for me and do kind of like some of that lifting of kind of like making it read easier, especially on kind of like a textured background like that, right? And with it being kind of like just a flat highlight, it like feels very bright and intense. I can really also kind of show more kind of like of the light kind of like casting her shadows and kind of like, you know, overlapping, blocking areas where the light's gonna kind of go past, stuff like that. Like on the tail as well. Like we can knock the intensity back once we kind of like get to a certain point. I almost want to like put all of this rim light on one layer that is outside of all this. We could do that. Grab that, grab that. Scooch you up on top. Merge you all together. Now I just need to kind of erase away. And what this lets me do is just kind of like work it all at once, but then also kind of like erase it away smoothly to create like a gradient potential. And if this is all additive as well, lighten might be good. No, trying to see something that will like add to this collar, right? So that's good because it punches up the color there, but I also want it to have more of that color to it. That might be the way to go. So screen is kind of like mixing in the light quality to the material color. So like with this collar, it's just taking it to basically white because it's already such a bright material. With this kind of like icier blue dress, we're kind of like having it be a bit more muted, but then with the tail here, we're getting some of that warmth kind of actually sneaking in. So that might be an okay layer, modification layer to use for this. And we can always mess around with this later. Right. Yeah, I want it to be kind of like rim light, right? So it's kind of like just on the outside of things. Just kind of outlining stuff. Now the ice up here, this kind of icicle crown, I'll probably deal with separately just because of the way that I want kind of like the light kind of interacting with the ice. Same with the scepter here, but like these bees, I could probably hit them with a bit of this. Maybe not that one. Okay. Yeah, so we can kind of like push it too far where we want, and then kind of like pull it back, right? It's often a good way to kind of experiment. Just be like, see what goes too far, and then pull it back until it seems right. Yeah, screen might work, might not be getting quite what I want. Let's go to lighten. Lighten, because I have such an intense color, is trying to like mix that color even more. That's a bit much. Add. Ooh, add might actually be the way. Add glow. That looks pretty nice. It feels more like an intense light source. Let's go back to screen. So that's a bit softer. It's more kind of colored to kind of like just a light quality. So that looks good. Add and add glow. What's the difference between you two? This one has more just kind of richness and some of the shifting of colors, like where it kind of like has a little more translucency to the overlay. But I do like that. That feels more like it should have that blooming glow off of it, right? So like, if I like took this area and just like wherever this highlight is happening, and this is more like a final detail thing that I probably shouldn't be focusing on right now, but I just want to see what this does. If I like get like a really rich color, and let's try overlay, probably not overlay, but just to kind of like give it this kind of glow where we have this light like really punching in. Create this bloom. I'm actually gonna, yeah, overlay is not the one. Lighten, not bad. Screen, that might be technically more accurate to what I want. Add is very intense. Add glow, extremely intense, but the right idea. Just kind of like this subtle bloom where the light is just kind of like hitting kind of like the atmosphere and kind of making it glow almost. But yeah, like, what was it? Screen was pretty good. So like that has the effect that I kind of think would look nice. So yeah, like we get some of that going on in the crown and the scepter, like the edge of the bee. Yeah, there we go. We got some light bloom happening, and it's a lot. That's probably way more than I should have for it. So you know, I'd like kind of just pull it back and back and back, just a little bit every time until it feels more balanced. But it's, again, it's that kind of thing of like making it too far and then pulling it back. But that has kind of a nice, see that? Just that glow. That's nice. Okay. I don't think this works if I clip it. Yeah, because I want the glow to like come off of the side of it, right? Yeah, I might redo that at the very end. Just needs a few more bees. I agree. She definitely needs like a fleet of bees. Also, I want her to have those icy cold eyes, right? And another detail about the story is that whole like troll mirror part of it. That's like a big part of the story, although it's like a very minor kind of like intro detail if you kind of read the synopsis of it. At least I haven't read the whole story, so it might go a lot more into that. But basically, there's these kind of like vile trolls that create this mirror that like everything that's reflected in it, it looks like the worst versions. All the good and happiness of things is stripped out, and you only see the vile and dark and sad elements that are the reflections. And they like, the trolls would go around and they trick people by like showing them their reflections, and they'd only see the evil, cruel sides of themselves and start to believe that. And then eventually they're like, we're gonna show the angels this and like take it up into the heavens. And then they dropped it and it shattered into like a billion pieces. And then all the like mirror was just like basically just dust and sand, and it got in people's eyes and their hearts and transformed them. So I kind of like the idea of like this character having kind of like their eyes made of pieces of the mirror, so it's like reflective and kind of like icy and stuff. So it's like, can I work with? Is there anything there that I can use? I don't know. At the same time, like maybe the like snow flurries has actually got like some of the mirror dust in it. Just like nothing I can illustrate very effectively, to be clear, but like as a concept, it's kind of like, yeah, it could be a part of it. That could be, you know, part of the like, it's not totally ice. It's maybe bits of the mirror itself. I'll throw it in the like when I upload it into the description, and maybe Norman will be able to work with including some kind of detail like that, or maybe like the gems on the character. Like, let's say the crown has gems and stuff. It's actually just mirror shards or something like that, or like if there's kind of like little kind of like decorative details on the dress and stuff. That might be neat if it's like little kind of shards of the mirror. So I feel like adding some of that somewhere as a reference, just like the bees, is kind of like a nice touch. So I'm going to try and do that. A Fata Morgana, illusion hiding one's real self. Yeah, I had not heard of that term, but that is exactly the concept behind it, where it's kind of like the people could only see just one kind of like fragment of things. They could only see the sadness and darkness, and all the happiness was removed from their vision, and it transformed them into kind of like vile and mean-spirited people. Mm-hmm. Oh boy, well, this is giving off the White Witch vibe from The Line, The Witch in the Wardrobe. There is a very good reason that is exactly the case, because that's exactly who that character is based off of. The Snow Queen, the White Witch, is, as far as I understand it, very much a retelling of this story of the Snow Queen, um, including having like religious connotations and stuff. Although it's certainly kind of like a whole other kind of like tier of story on top of it, and just kind of like elements were lifted as I understand it. But like, uh, honestly, if you look at a lot of stories, like tons of them are built out of kind of like these older fables. Like Aladdin itself was made from kind of like you know, a totally different story, but elements were built off of that. Tons of the Disney movies, but yeah, like C.S. Lewis wrote that, I think. But yeah, I would not be surprised at all if kind of like the initial story was kind of built around the story of the Snow Queen. Because yeah, like what the Snow Queen does in the original tale is kind of like basically kidnap a boy and transform him to like being sad and mean and upset and like forgetting everyone and like taking him to a far off place where his friend, his childhood friend, had to like discover him and rescue him from her and all that stuff. But yeah, so very much kind of like elements that would be familiar. Um, yeah, I remember like I read some of the books when I was younger, watched the movies. I don't remember them very much, other than like crying about Aslan and stuff. But yeah, it was a long time ago, so I don't quite remember much of the details. Actually, I remember like being bored for a lot of it, and then also scared of kind of like parts of it, like the satyr and such. History lessons with Dr. Johnson. It's all lies. It's all wrong. He doesn't know a thing. Yeah, don't like take any of my kind of perspectives on things for any kind of fact. I work off of just kind of like, I think this is what it might be. Maybe something like that. Oh wow, there you go. That's a big series too. Like, nice box set of books. Reading through the whole Narnia series. Yeah, that's awesome. Alright, so this was the cooler layer. I'm gonna come in again with the rim light, which was this color here. It's glow dodge, right? I hope it was glow dodge. Yeah. Maybe just a hint of it back here too. Cool. All right. So we are coming up on lunch in half an hour. I feel like we're doing pretty okay time-wise. So let's see, what is kind of like the next steps? I kind of think that I want to tackle like the crown and the scepter, because I feel like those are gonna have some interesting kind of like detail that once figured out will kind of like set a little bit more of the design. And like the jewelry and the eyes are very flat still. I think there's more kind of detail to work into the face. In the original sketch, I had the character have kind of like icicle kind of like eyelashes and just kind of like little kind of like, you know, details like that that I think would look really pretty if I can get them to work on here. But yeah. Yeah, so I think the crown and the scepter I think would be pretty cool to tackle next. Then let's see. I think I want to try and make the dress feel more like it's snow drifts, and that should be an interesting challenge. Shouldn't be too bad though. I think I can figure something out for that. I just want to lighten this up so they kind of like merge together. Yeah, we'll figure that out. Yeah. Just have like the glowing avatar tattoo, yeah, the big arrow on the forehead. An ice bender. All right. Yeah. Okay. So let's try the crown. Let's see. So with the crown, I might need to turn off the bloom. And in general, I kind of think the bloom should be kind of hidden until the very end, just because it's gonna kind of interfere with how I render things, and then it's kind of like a post-processing detail to be added. I think that's often how it's treated, anyways. So that would make it easier to work on it, and it'll still look good with the kind of like the bloom added at the very end, I think. So the way I like to work with ice and kind of like other translucent solids is to invert kind of the reflections. So like same thing happens with like a bottle of water. See how my face is kind of like the opposite? That's basically what is kind of happening, because you're kind of like having the light from the backside kind of like reflected to you, and the front side still has reflections, but like they don't kind of like refract the light as intensely. Like the surface can get kind of like some light kind of bouncing off of it. Like if you have a strong light on it, like you might get a specular kind of light on that, or like the surface is marred and marked and scuffed up, and so you'll get more kind of like surface reflections that way. But when you have kind of like a solid body of kind of like material that is a different density than the air, you're going to have light kind of like traveling through that medium differently. So that's why you get kind of like light bending in water, because the kind of like the difference kind of the properties of the material, the light travels through it at a different speed and will actually kind of twist a bit. It's more complicated than I think I could explain properly, but effectively just the way that the light is going to bounce off of the inside of ice and kind of like invert reflections and all kinds of goodness. Basically, I want kind of the shadows on the top left side and the highlights on the bottom right. So basically the opposite of kind of like all the other material, and that is great for doing gems and other kind of shiny, pretty, cool looking stuff. And also because it's like reflective and kind of like twisting the light and kind of like manipulating it, you're going to get kind of like almost like funhouse mirror kind of stretching and elongating and compressing along kind of like the shapes. Like if it's a column, basically you get kind of like a lot of compression this way, especially around the sides where it's kind of turning the light more, I guess you could say, but like where it's straight through to the back, you actually kind of like it becomes more kind of normal-ish. But you also get like fun things like, you know, just magnification and all that. Yeah. All that to say, I'm just gonna render it now. Good. I'm actually gonna get rid of the the edge lighting on that. And let's see, we'll start darker too. Because another thing about that is the way that the light kind of gets compressed and focused. You can kind of like end up with like a lot more extremes in kind of like where it's bright and where it's dark. If you want to kind of like think of examples of it, you can kind of think of like the bottom of a pool where you have the caustic lighting, kind of like because of all the ripples of water, it causes the light kind of waves to kind of like overlap and kind of like have peaks and valleys throughout it. And that kind of creates darker shadows and brighter highlights and stuff like that. So something like that going on. So we'll start with like a darker base because we're just going to have more kind of like intense values throughout. But then because it's all kind of like icicles, which are kind of tubular, long kind of columns, we're going to have a lot of it elongated and stretched this way. So we're going to have kind of our icy highlights kind of riding along kind of this. And technically, if there was like an environment behind the character, it would actually be like a reflection of that, but like flipped, right? But we don't really do kind of like whole backdrops for a lot of characters, but sometimes I actually like to imply such things in reflections and stuff like this, where if you were to like have the super high res versions of stuff and you like broke down like, oh, what's going on with the lighting here and stuff, you might actually like be able to notice that it's kind of like, oh, I implied that there's like, you know, a grassy plain and like a blue sky and hills or like stone structures or forests or sand everywhere. You know, that's stuff that you can kind of like do with just the reflections and lighting. And it's not something that you just kind of like can see necessarily, but like for a lot of the like desert type characters, I tend to kind of like use some of that idea to kind of like make them feel like they're in a desert, even though I don't show any kind of desert around them. Also, because it's doing that kind of like tubular light, it's very tubular, man. The center of kind of like these columns is going to have the most kind of like straightforward light, where the sides kind of has a lot more kind of stuff going on. So in the centers, you can just kind of have it be more kind of simplified and just kind of broad, where the edges get like dark and light and crazy. Thank you, Jason. Yep, there you go. Chrome Monster and Sphinx have desert reflected in them. Absolutely true. That was how I did those. Yeah, no, definitely the case there. A good kind of example of that for sure. But yeah, so like because this crown is on the head, we could have kind of like the top of the head kind of like reflected into the crown itself a little bit. And where that might show up is kind of, you know, a little bit difficult to kind of just figure out, but generally we're going to have kind of like a lot of kind of like occluded light at the base of it, and then like once it's clear enough from the head, you're seeing through that, and it's not kind of refracting kind of those parts of the base of the head. So we'll just have that kind of like go up here, and like maybe it's like picking up this ear, you know. You can even get like a little bit of the color going on. This could be like implying the back of the head where there's kind of like this strong light hitting it. Although technically, I guess it would be on the opposite side where we get that light hitting it, I think. This is where it starts to get like, I'm just going to do what looks good. Got enough theory kind of trying to bounce around in my head and kind of be like, this is probably what's going on. Go with that, sure. It can be very easy to overthink stuff like this. And often, sometimes the actual kind of like most realistic way of kind of like rendering something isn't actually the most interesting. So artistic liberty is a good thing. So just kind of like having a base idea of kind of like, okay, well, this is like how light might act in this material. So I'm just going to kind of render loosely to that general idea and then just kind of make it look exciting, even if I have to break all the rules in the end to kind of capture that. That's my philosophy on art. Know the rules so you can break them. Cool. Okay, so get more of this kind of like deeper blue in parts. I don't think it's coming from the skull. I think it is just kind of molded to fit on top. If I had it coming out of the skull, I would probably render it a little bit more different. So I want to get more kind of like long stretches of reflections now to kind of like show that kind of the elongated kind of just lighting quality of an icicle. You get lots and lots of kind of just long and then like as it gets kind of thinner, might just kind of lighten it up a bit too. Just because there's less kind of like intense kind of bending of light to kind of like have it all refract into shadows and such. And it also makes it less kind of intense. Kind of because it has like a lot of points and stuff. I don't want it to be like aggressive, like just daggers coming out of her skull, you know. So by kind of like easing it into kind of like the background a little bit, it just kind of draws a little bit less attention. And like this edge over here just had so much contrast. It was like too much. And even this like kind of has like a knuckle look to it. Like it's a finger bone, so I'm just gonna wipe that out there so it doesn't quite have that kind of like morbid kind of look to it. You know, I want it to look pretty and dangerous and delicate all at the same time, not kind of like super aggressive necessarily. but like still imposing and, you know, impressive. That feels a little more. I think, yeah, more icy. And I might even give it like a cold haze to it to kind of like extra push that quality. But yeah, so now I might kind of get more of the, for especially like the wide areas, have more of kind of like directly behind it kind of come through to kind of show just how translucent it is in some areas. But like over here, we might get more of the kind of like the book texture kind of coming through there. Oh, you could hear Charlie. She's like across the room when she was meowing. She just kind of sings every once in a while. Kind of always forget she does that because it's just a common enough thing. But it's very cute. Very cute. When we initially moved all the furniture, when she like had kind of gotten a little more used to it, like she was basically tail tucked and kind of wandering the space because she was just used to how it was for so many years, right? So she was weirded out, but then she eventually like fell asleep. But when she woke up again, she was just like howling in so much confusion. It's very, very cute, but sad because it's just like, oh, it's okay, everything's fine. She's just like, why? Why is everything different? So confused. But like, she often will meow in confusion when she wakes up anyways, so it's just like to the extreme. Alright, so that's feeling ice-ish. Might actually make it more kind of the purple instead of brown, just to have it feel cold shifted even more. Cool. All right. And then like the way that I do the eyes might kind of like change how I want the final look of the crown to be anyways, to kind of like have those both feel like they're similar material. But the bees, I want them to be that chunky, fluffy snow. And so I want the collar also to feel chunky, fluffy snow. And right now, actually, the way that that edge lighting works really kind of like captures that for me. That warm, kind of hard edge on that cooler kind of just color right there. Like that's all it needs almost. Like it's practically, you know, capturing exactly what I want that to look like. Maybe just having kind of like a slight blue edge to that hard light will give even more of that cold snow quality, maybe. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so we're 15 minutes from lunch, but we're motoring. So I feel like that crown is in a good enough-ish place. However, I think that the rim light will actually pop on in. And what one was it? And do a few times. That's not interesting. Okay, well, add glow it is, I think. Or is it just glow dodge? Add? I think add glow. I think add glow, yeah. Add glow. Alright, so I'm gonna try adding it on the far side of the light, or at the icicles. See if that, because What's interesting is I actually think that for the icicles, if it's like a strong enough edge light, we would still get it on the same side, but then we would get kind of like a rebounding light on the far side, but it'd be like less intense, maybe. This is just kind of like running theory that has no kind of actual backing and examples. But I feel like if it's strong enough, it's gonna kind of like do its thing on the side that it's hitting, but then kind of like come through to the other side, but like a lesser version of that. So kind of deeper into the kind of crevices of it too, as the light kind of like bounces around inside. It kind of like goes into it, and like as it's bouncing around, it's kind of like losing its intensity and saturating with the kind of like the material even more, because of the light that's getting bounced around is getting partially absorbed, but the stuff that is continuing to reflect is kind of like more specific wavelengths the more it reflects. Hello, Scrib. This is the Snow Queen character for the folklore forest, because we're kind of recreating several kind of fables and fairy tales and nursery rhyme and all kinds of kind of like different literature style characters in this little kind of like area. And so one of the characters that we thought would be kind of a cooler, higher tier character is the Snow Queen. And she's an interesting character. So I wanted to illustrate her. Yeah, alright, so that is okay. I'm not totally sold that that's working perfectly or anything, but it seems okay. I think the bloom is also going to look pretty. Yeah, that looks pretty pretty. That feels like it's ice, yeah? Sure. The like auto just kind of like catching your dialogue math. It's just like, this person is saying too many things. I'm gonna mute them automatically. Thanks, YouTube. Maybe mute the bots instead. I appreciate that. Yeah, subscribe to the MouseHunt. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I think that like starting the way we did for this character, it really kind of put a lot of focus on the lighting aesthetic of it. Like, if you look at it, like overall, it's a very flat render everywhere. And all I've kind of really done is kind of hit the lights and shadows a little bit. But it does actually give it like a nice kind of pop to it. And the bloom is a bit much right now. So I'll hide that for now, but it does enhance it in nice ways. We'll just pull it back at the end and kind of like deal with it as the kind of final detail, because you can overdo it pretty easily. But like for something like the collar, right, I actually really like it kind of blooming out the light, just bleeding it out like that. It feels very bright, but it also makes that lighting warm, which is kind of nice. I think I'll actually get this intense a highlight on the ice in parts too. because that feels like it would be able to pick up some very intense highlights, just a little bit though. The scepter as well is going to get the same treatment. But yeah, because we started with more of that focus of just kind of like, let's figure out the lighting, I think it set us up to kind of like really capture something interesting here. So I'm liking that. I think what we could do is just add a little bit more kind of uniqueness to this dress by kind of like giving it a bit of a texture. So we have the sketch here, and I'll turn that up a little bit more so you can see what was kind of intended. I kind of had these kind of like streaks of ice perhaps going up. And I kind of liked this shelving kind of glacier look to it with this kind of snowdrift, and I wanted to have the snowdrift kind of like carry around the base of it and kind of like get caught in and kind of like collect in these kind of corners. And I think that will look really nice actually. So before I forget to actually bring that element into it, I'm just going to add it now. Like the idea of it like collecting in the corners, something I'm quite familiar with because I get a fair amount of snow in Canada. So just kind of clean up that edge. It had weird kind of creases into it that were a part of an older kind of version of the sketch. Yeah, I like that. It's kind of like an idea that I wanted to bring into it, but I kind of forgot to just get the detail working quite right. There you go. Yeah, I think that's nice. I'm gonna flatten that out a bit more here too. Yeah, there you go. Best reference material for sand. Come back to this after I've kind of added some of that detail of the dress itself. Like I did also kind of want the very edges of it to be like all piled up snow and then just like hints of the dress coming through at the base. So like this concept, but like everywhere. And it's like kind of buried in it at the end. But it's also the same color up here. So I want more of that kind of gradient to like show that. Yeah, snowfall. I like it. It does actually look like it is a waterfall made of snowflakes. Yeah, that's cool. Nothing wrong with that. You got some really cool like I guess it is icicles, but like where you have kind of like a spout or something that has like a little bit of kind of running water, and it's cold enough that it freezes. You get these kind of frozen waterfalls that look really neat. I don't know if we would kind of like figure out how to put that on here, but it's a cool looking thing. The crown kind of is this, but it's more kind of like each of the kind of prongs is more separated as opposed to just kind of like this giant kind of mass of frozen water. All right, so we could do the scepter as well, but I think, yeah, let's figure out a little more of adding something to the dress. So if we do a clipping layer here, And let's just try something like color dodge. Color dodge has some fun properties to it. And we'll turn the sketch back on. Lower it down a bit. Wrong layer. Okay, so minimum value, let's turn that back down. So I don't know if I like the stripes so much, but I think maybe just because it's like so intense and high contrast that it's a bit much. But it does kind of like give some fun dimension to it by kind of having the it flare out like that, right? It's kind of neat looking. And then if we like knock it down, it's a lot less intense, but still kind of has kind of a nice quality to it. Another kind of shape that is really good for kind of ice is, of course, kind of like a six-sided kind of shape. Six-sided gone. Yeah, the stripes will go behind the sash. Yeah. It's just the sash wasn't actually rendered on kind of like a layer above. So that was my bad. But I can kind of like just manually make that happen. Yeah, I guess a hexagon? Or is a hex 8? I feel like a hex is 8. No, that's an octa, right? Am I crazy? This is really basic stuff. Hex is 6, yeah? Hexagonal. Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah, because like snowflakes are kind of, let's see. Symmetrical ruler, number of lines. 3? 3. No. I guess 6 would actually be better. Pop. You get like basically ice formations are kind of the way that water, the like crystal lattice of H2O turning into a solid, it is kind of using, you know, these angles to form their pretty patterns. Yeah, basically every branch kind of follows the same kind of like angle shift, right? Like this one's wrong here. This should come out kind of like at that angle or that angle, right? Yeah, so can do all kinds of fun stuff, but yeah, effectively, if it follows those angles, it's gonna look like snow. It cropped. But yeah, so like it could be, you know, if we wanted to have more kind of detailing stuff, there could be stuff like that on the dress, you know. But that might be a lot of noise, right? Like if we kind of like go back to kind of the grayscale, we lose a lot of that kind of like cohesion that we had before. If we get too noisy, although there is kind of like a turning point where if it's noisy enough, it all becomes like one object again. So I think for this, there is confusion with the sash going over top. So if I just kind of pull that back, that kind of clarifies that a bit. And if I did also keep this, turn off the symmetry for a second, kind of hide that behind there. Yeah, I feel like it's cool to have snowflake images, but I just don't think it needs that necessarily. Like, instead what I could do is have kind of like the same like 60-degree kind of angles on everything. So if I turn this back up to 100%, grab that color, turn it back down. What? Hello? Did I not grab the correct color? Does that look different? Oh, I grabbed it while it was color dodge. Right. That's right, it's just that color. Okay. Oh, by the way, it is lunch. Yeah, so if we just kind of have kind of the same kind of angles coming off of this, it's going to also feel like kind of snow-ish. Maybe just kind of do something more like that. And then honestly, maybe it all needs to be even more subtle. But we can kind of mess around with that. Like, I like it, the more subtle it is, the better, probably. Yeah, the snow bees take the place of snowflakes, that's right. Yeah, like, the story is that she has, like, they are actually snowflakes, but, like, they're big and chunky, like, bees. And I think they are actually bees, but snow bees. Okay, so let's give this a save. I'm gonna take a lunch until 2 o'clock. Um, I'll also do the whole kind of like, let's watch the time lapse up to this point, because it'll include the sketch that you didn't get to see beforehand, of kind of like coming up with this design. So I hope you enjoy. I'll see you at 2. I'll put up a timer so you know when I'll be back exactly, and we'll continue until we're done. All right, until then. Oh, and I'll have a layer link as well. Hello. Welcome back. Lunch is done. Time to get back into the art. So, before I continue rendering here, I did want to share where Little Bo Squeak ended up because people were asking about that character. So let's see. So yeah, like not a lot had been kind of modified on the character. I did completely forget to add in the textured backdrop, which is why I added it so early today. And I did like a little bit of cleanup on kind of the ground texture, stuff like that. But yeah, it effectively is kind of where it was when we wrapped up stream. But yeah, like ran it by the art team, got their kind of impression. They really like where it's at. So yeah, one of the things it pointed out actually was kind of funny is that we haven't managed to be totally consistent with adding the like little sheets of literature to all the characters. So that's something that we might consider kind of like jumping back to some of the created characters and being like, we could add it here. Because yeah, like although we started with that consistency, at times we've kind of like forgotten that detail, and I would have totally forgotten it as well had it not been for the live chat to remind me about that. So yeah, that's where Little Bo Peep or Little Bo Squeak is at. But yeah, and that's that. But yeah, so we'll jump into kind of continuing this character, and where we were at, we were kind of like adding a little texture to the dress. Also, I'm gonna put the Larry link in the chat. Boop. There you go. Enjoy. You know, just bringing that up, it's like, yeah, actually, we don't have a spot for that for her. I think I want to try and include it on as many mice as I can. Like, we might not have it on every single mouse, and there's kind of like a group of like author mice, and those ones wouldn't have the paper on them. But like any of the like story character ones, I do actually think it'd be cool to like give them all that detail. So just kind of like if you have a good idea of where it could fit, we'll see if we can kind of like put that in there. Because yeah, I totally like did the thing that everyone else has been doing, being like, oh right, that's a thing that we can add. Yeah, so if you have ideas, I'm all ears. Yeah, yeah, the snowflake here for the pattern. I agree. Looking at it after kind of stepping away from it, I think I do want to have a few more of those. Not necessarily like everywhere, but like breaking up the kind of like that stripe just a bit more is actually quite nice. So I think I'll continue that. I think it does actually work pretty okay. Little ASP coming out of the scepter. Maybe. I kind of like the idea of the snow bees like nestling into the collar, and like maybe they're actually what this collar is made out of is just like a whole just bushel of snow bees. That's kind of a fun potential there. So I think I'll have kind of like this light rake across the top of this more. Because if you think about it, like the top surface of this is like, you know, up on the shoulder here, kind of like angles like that. So I think it'd be nice to have a bit more of the light kind of going across that to kind of have that angle. So Maybe I should just do that right now while I'm thinking of it. Alright, gotta switch it to normal, grab the color, back to add glow. So if I just kind of like do this first, then I can just erase it back where I need it. And then I think because it's like lower down and further away from the source, I'm just gonna soften these just a little bit more. Yeah, all right. That'd be really cool. An actual like physical MouseHunt chess set, I would absolutely want that. That'd be so cool. Gotta figure out the whole kind of physical merchandise thing. The severe lack of good MouseHunt merch. We have like our 15-year anniversary coming up, so I'm actually kind of thinking of potentials for doing like a limited something with that, you know? Can kind of test if there is kind of like a good interest in that, in like actually producing something of real quality and kind of not just like a third-party printer that just like puts like a mouse face on in the center of a shirt that is like way overpriced, you know? Like that kind of merch is like, but you know, something made nice could be really cool. But it'd be a lot of work and something to think about though. Yeah. Welcome. Larry's always happy to share. Those who come out to support the streams. Pretty exciting news. Looks like the devs are kind of like looking into making the Larry links more kind of like open to multiple platforms, because like right now it requires kind of like using your Facebook account to accept them. So we're like looking into kind of like making it more platform agnostic, which I think is really cool, and will open up the potential to kind of share more of them. You know, like personally, I think it'd be cool to like be able to put a little Larry link at the bottom of like a news post and stuff, so that anyone who kind of like keeps up to date will also get like a little reward for reading it. Cool stuff like that. Oh yeah, no, there's some really cool like stuff that people have made. Folks on Discord who made the 3D model of the Chrome Stormrot Ballista. Yep, 3D printed that. Yeah, no, exactly. I remember getting contacted about kind of like verifying the details about it. Like, is this accurate looking? And I absolutely loved seeing that. And like other traps in the past as well have kind of like been created in 3D. The Frozen in Time series, if you know about that, there was a mouse hunter who actually made resin castings of kind of sculpted mice, and they were hand painted and beautiful. And yeah, like incredible stuff, and definitely had our blessing to kind of sell that for themselves. But yeah, something like on that tier would be really cool to like have an official like hit grab made these or produce them or whatever, and it's like for the anniversary or something. I don't want to like put out anything because the chances of it actually happening on any of those levels is not at all a guarantee. So I don't want to get people's hopes up about suddenly having like a real physical MouseHunt chessboard, because I don't see that one being a feasible. But I would love that. I've been doing a lot of woodworking. Maybe that'll be a personal project. Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of people have kind of moved away from their Facebook accounts and using the mousehuntgame.com, and as well like people who have found the game with their like the mobile store and stuff like that. They're like fresh account, not Facebook and all, so they couldn't really kind of get the Larry links and share those around, right? So that's just a limitation of our system. So it's going to be nice to have that kind of opened up. Yeah, like there's lots of little like quality of life things that we're always kind of trying to squeeze in somehow. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it has moved away from just exclusively that platform. Like if you actually look at our metrics, I think the most activity has actually shifted into the mobile kind of arena. Um, and I think a lot of that is due to kind of just like having the widget, and that's like so nice and easy for when you're like out and about. You can just like tap your horn, and then like the way that I play is that's kind of like how I'll actively hunt a lot of the time, and then when I need to kind of like change my setup and stuff, I'll do that like on browser and such, because that's just kind of like how I like to manage my trap setup and traveling and all that. But I mean, it's awesome because it is just cross-platform. You can do all of it from any of the platforms, and they're all the same one account. So I suppose these fingers would probably also want to have the light on them. Yeah, there isn't actually like a lot of cross-platform games that exist. Not on the level of like, no matter what account you're on, what you're doing, it's all just that one same game. And like if you look at MouseHunt from an outside perspective, it's like an old archaic kind of relic of its time, but it also it like surprisingly has kind of like some really cutting edge stuff that some games are only just trying to figure out how to do. We've had the multi-platform for quite a while now, so it's just kind of a cool thing. I think it's neat. All right. So let's keep at this detailing of the dress. I think let's go back to normal. Right, it's the same color. I knew that. Color dodge. Yeah, like I do agree that if we didn't kind of like evolve, it would have been quite easy to kind of like fall into total kind of obscurity. Like we certainly hit the nail on the head when it came to kind of like the Facebook age, right? Like we really kind of like figured out how to do stuff very well on that platform. But at the same time, yeah, like once we kind of like knew how to do it, migrating it to mobile was like such a huge thing for a lot of people. Just kind of like, yeah, playing this idle passive game has been a good time, and people want to keep continuing that journey. But then, yeah, like a lot of people just kind of stop using Facebook, but like because they have it on their phones, they can continue to enjoy it, and it's just kind of always there for you. So I think that, yeah, like that is also like paramount to us continuing, right? And there is more and more kind of, as we continue, intention behind kind of like giving mobile the focus and love that it needs and deserves. Because earlier on, when mobile was kind of like just almost an experiment, we basically didn't even really do HUDs for it, and kind of like adapting the game to like be able to do everything. And of course, you know, as things went on, we kind of like would add that in. But a lot of the time when we kind of had been developing new areas, new events, etc., like we would kind of design the browser version of it first, and then kind of like figure out how to kind of adapt it to mobile, and kind of like it wouldn't be kind of necessarily as well designed, because it was kind of more of an afterthought. But because our kind of core audience is definitely, you know, a lot of mobile users, it is kind of obviously like more important to kind of make sure that the mobile is not kind of just ignored. I think a majority of the players do kind of like use both platforms. So, you know, keeping them both kind of like able to do everything, and adding new features to each is obviously ideal. So we'll continue to do that for sure. But like, yeah, one of the things that I was looking at with some of the front end kind of developers was like, wow, the kind of like the premium store for mobile is like such a different experience from kind of like the very designed, and kind of like, you know, we work on kind of like building this whole layout that's got kind of art and such going on, and it's like very exciting and fun. And then the mobile version is just kind of like, here is a grid of items without really any kind of like structure going on, and it's kind of hard and overwhelming to navigate. It's just like, that's kind of a bad oversight. But yeah, I don't know. And then, of course, there's like 4.0 is kind of like getting a lot more kind of focus on it, because I mean, we've been talking about that for years, and we know that that's going to be huge for being able to kind of like really take the game to new heights. Because a lot of like stuff we know we want to do, like we know we want to kind of like revive tournaments and rebuild that into something actually, you know, a lot more kind of fitting of the game experience, and not going to destroy the servers when we have an event going, because that was why we had to like shut those down. But like stuff like that has always been relegated to the bin of kind of like, well, when we have 4.0, that's totally doable, but right now it's just like the system can't kind of make those changes easily enough. So we got to focus on what we can, and that unfortunately kind of like falls by the wayside, right? But we actually do have kind of a lot more kind of R&D working on kind of like a new technology stack, or whatever buzzwords fit that. And so yeah, we're definitely kind of looking at new potentials and possibilities, and the game is just going to get cooler and more awesome as we go. So there, take that. Yeah, longer tail. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It is going to be a game changer completely. 4.0 has been kind of like something we've wanted for so very long because we know that it's effectively necessary to do a lot of the things that we know we want. But up until recently, we haven't really been able to allocate resources in ways that would make that feasible. And like the way our pipeline works and stuff like that, it was kind of like a lot more of kind of like always just kind of like trying to make sure, okay, here's like the next release that, you know, will be ready for you. And we don't have enough kind of dev cycles to be able to focus on anything other than just fixing current issues and the very next release. You know, like can barely kind of like focus on new events, stuff like that. Like revamping early game is like so important, but it's been like something that was always having to kind of like get pushed back to the back burner, even though we are all like, this is so important. But yeah, more recently, we've like, I'm sure you've been kind of seeing the kind of like smaller kind of, you know, things we've been putting out about kind of like cleaning up some of the older content and kind of revamping it to be just a smoother, better experience. Like that's a whole part of just kind of like improving the game and in ways that we've always wanted to, but could not kind of dedicate what we needed to do it at the time. So things are changing in very good ways. There's just like, honestly, the next several years in the MouseHunt universe is going to be incredible. So, you know, anyone who's joined recently, they're going to benefit from all that goodness. Anyone who's been around a long time is going to be like, oh. So, yeah, it's a good time. Good time. MouseHunt is still definitely kind of like looking up and onward. Longer tail. Yeah, I don't really have a kind of like cute name for it right now. Like I think it's just 4.0 to us, you know, to everybody. It's just anytime we talk about like, oh yeah, we totally want to do 4.0 though, you know, that's just the name it has, I think. 5.0, the longest tail. The Ouroboros tail. Yeah, if like each kind of like technology upgrade is like following the same pattern, yeah, it might be 2050. But no, I think so. Like a big part of why 4.0 is such a big deal is just totally reconstructing the actual kind of like, I guess, foundation of kind of like how things plug together. And like right now 3.0 is like very much, I guess I don't want to like accuse it of something because I'm not like in the weeds with it, but from my understanding, it's kind of spaghetti code. It is very full of legacy hacks and tweaks that like there was not kind of like the decoupled nature of a lot of the you know, elements of the structure, and so, you know, like 4.0 in part is doing a lot of that refactoring so that like going forward it's just so easy to work on a feature as opposed to like, you know, oh, if you make a little tweak here it's going to break everything elsewhere that you may not even realize, you know, like that's always been kind of like the danger of kind of like touching anything to do with tournaments, you know, like it was so kind of uh, like coupled into everything that like trying to improve it would have been a risk, you know, and it would have been no small effort. Whereas kind of like having the systems kind of decoupled and restructured in like really smart engineered ways just means that like you can actually work on these systems way, 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 way more efficiently. Even though it's like a lot of work in at the beginning, the front loaded work. In the end, like the possibilities and like just how much more will be possible and how fast it can be to kind of like develop some things on that kind of like design will be very good. Yeah, I'm like a very, very low tier self-taught coder, so I kind of understand some of these concepts, but you know, with zero authority around any of the things I say, like I don't even know if I'd be getting in trouble for kind of like talking about this the way I am. So sorry if I'm misleading anybody about anything, or I shouldn't even be talking about it. I feel like this subject has come up enough, though, where we've literally been like, yeah, 1.4.0. And, it, you know, me talking about it is certainly not the case of being like, yeah, it's like right around the corner. Because my goodness, no, it is definitely, you know, going to take a bit of time. So, but it's just very exciting to kind of like know that that is being worked on and being researched and kind of, you know, that's all I'll say on that, I suppose. All right, so we got some snowflakes. The ice marks snowflakes on dress should be different sizes and mostly smaller flints of light, unless you're going to add other sizes to what you have. That's a good point. They are pretty massive. I think that I kind of like these bigger ones, but I actually think you're right about adding small ones as well. And I would actually think those ones might be more of the reflective kind. Like this to me, I'm kind of seeing that as more like a print on a fabric, whereas like the small ones could actually be like the little kind of shards of kind of troll mirror, glinting and reflecting, and that could be kind of like sprinkled around. I wonder. Maybe if I use my triangles brush, gotta get the triangles somehow. So particle size. Wish I could get the density lower. Deviation wider. Does that help? It's just so clumped, right? So that's the opacity, but that's also the opacity. Each pattern versus the whole brush. Okay. The particle density is like as low as it can go. Is there another setting I'm not thinking of? Spray deviation. That's just like the rotation, I think. Gap. Aha! That's what I want. 100 gap. Continuous spraying would cause it to just kind of keep sputtering out. Yeah, I think that might be what I needed. I should turn on that. There you go. Okay. That at least spreads it out so I can kind of make that a little more workable. Okay. So, well, thank you. Yeah, 230, definitely go pass out. And then if I increase the size but keep the density back, I can just kind of like eat away at this bit. Kind of spread them out. And then if I use clipping mask, I can get rid of them in front of the sash. And then if I decide to, I can kind of like bring it back with like a lessened opacity to kind of like make the sash feel more see-through. Right? So let's actually try a little bit of that. Yeah, there you go. Just a little. Nice. Just a hint of it being kind of like see-through-ish. But then, yeah, like overall, just kind of knocking this back in a lot of places. So like at the outer edges where it's kind of turning away, we'll get more reflectivity because of kind of like the Fresnel kind of angle of incidence stuff going on. Yeah, it's kind of just, you know, glitter, but that's good. Like I imagine if she had kind of little icy mirror crystals all over the dress, this is kind of like, you know, it would effectively look like glitter, right? Wedding vibes, yeah, kind of. It does have like that kind of just high tier level of just kind of over the top, fancy and very kind of ornate and pretty. But I mean, if you're the regent of ice, maybe that's just your style all day long, right? Gotta let people know that, you know, you're the top tier. Run this place. Or you just got cool ice magic and you can do this just because. Also a valid reason for getting all fancy with it. Okay, so that kind of has like the like wind-blown kind of snow shimmer to it. Dig it. Nice. Shiny-ish. You're welcome to come to my wedding. You'll never leave. Because that's kind of her thing. Just like, hey, come on and hang out, and then just stay forever. It's gonna be a great party. Very good chilled drinks. Yeah, yeah, I like that shimmer. It's almost too fancy for like the like tiers of mice that we have going. Like they're very kind of a lot of them are very, you know, like folksy and kind of wearing kind of, you know, heavier cottons and kind of older garb. But then again, like we're talking about, you know, kind of like reaching some of the higher tier characters, and oh, they're very high society, kind of, you know, getting more powerful and rich and such. So I feel like this fits. You know, if like those like Victorian era aristocrats could kind of like rock this kind of garment, they absolutely would, right? So I think that's fine. Right. Okay, so what would be next? I do like that kind of that satin sheer kind of look to this. It's working pretty well. I think I might bring a little more of the kind of density of the fabric, or like having it kind of like be a bit darker. Oh, I see. I was trying to draw on top of that. Having it be a bit kind of like darker where it's kind of creasing together, just because it's like the material is like bunching up, and even though it's like sheer, as it kind of like overlaps itself, it's gonna kind of like block more light. So like here, I feel like it's kind of turning away from you a bit, so we're gonna get kind of a little richer and kind of deepen the shadows there. Yeah. All right. Mm-hmm. There you go. Yeah. If we do a costume mouse version of this, having like a bouquet, be pretty funny. I have the feeling like when she plays chess, then she would like be totally fine with sacrificing the king instead of the queen piece, even though it's like, no, that's how you lose the game. She'd be like, but the queen's the most important. Much more important than that silly, plump king. The fool. All right. So I think the scepter can get a little bit of work. The jewelry, the bees. We need more bees. And then I think kind of like more final lighting pass. And we're probably in a pretty good state. I definitely want to just like huck a ton of bees at her though. I think that'd be pretty fun. So let's go through the completely unrendered portions next, just to kind of get that done. Almost out of the way, because I'm just like, I don't wanna like, they don't need a lot, but they should kind of get resolved sooner than later. Just so they're not overlooked, right? Okay. So that would be, I think, let's give this a flip. It's been far too long. If we even flipped it at all. Let's give it a save. Yeah. There you go. Thank you, Sunny. That is what I needed. Yeah, let's work on the scepter and then the eyes, because I think that the eyes and the scepter are still kind of throwing it off the most, because the scepter is going to be more kind of like ice instead of kind of like this dark kind of opaque, and so that's going to change the value composition. And then the eyes are kind of like something that you look to, and if that's going to look quite a bit different or not, it'd be good to resolve that sooner than later. And then looking at the grayscale, I think I want to make the front of the dress just like a shade darker. I think I'll put this in front of the little pattern there, but not in front of the sparkles. Why is this not significantly darker? Oh, I was using the smudge tool. That'd be fine. Can you make the eyes feel icy somehow? Like looking into a frozen pool. Ooh. No, that's a good description. I'll try. I think that that is a good goal. But I like that description a lot, actually. So I'll try and work with that. Because, like, sometimes when you look into kind of like a good, deeply frozen thing, it can just look like there is no end to how deep it goes. And that can kind of be eerie. Yeah. Good description for that. Okay, so that might be quite dark, but I also think that that kind of works. And actually, you know what? If I darken this a lot more in general, right? And then I come in and try something with, where are you? Crack. If I erase out cracks from this, that might look kind of awesome. So let me try exactly that, but like use a bit of kind of like logic behind the direction of them. Because they would have kind of a certain flow to them. Because of like movements. I don't think I want to go too overboard with the cracks, right? So like for example, I did quite a few there, and I'm actually going to pull them back a bit. And then I can kind of like add like a shadow side to the cracks as well. That will kind of like enhance the look of it being deep ice, right? So that whole thing with the eyeball, I was just like, oh, I'm doing this to the dress now. Kind of making it feel like that deep ice. So let's see this, kind of like just add that kind of light getting kind of captured on that plane and just kind of falling away into the deep into the material. So it's like these cracks, like you see it on the surface, but actually the plane of that cleft goes deep into the material, and that's why you get kind of like that like other kind of plane with shadow on it, because it's like this is actually like a plane back here, right? But then as it's kind of going deeper into the material, you know, it's being kind of like obscured by all the material in front, stuff like that. Excuses for why. But I'm just kind of like, I don't know, kind of makes sense, I guess, maybe, right? Does this make sense to you guys? And then we might get kind of like the same kind of glow on the inside, like if the light is kind of like really catching on one of these planes. Maybe. Maybe that. Mm-hmm. Careful as that darker blue turns into stonewash jeans. Oh my god, you're right. Kind of is. Kind of is. Alright. Maybe that above actually makes that easier. Yeah. I might have gone too far with kind of how, like, over kind of rendered the cracks are. Like, they're just, like, so obnoxious, almost. Pull them back just a little bit more. But I think they could just be more subtle. To kind of, like, not look like giant wrinkles or anything, right? Like, they don't quite feel like cracks just yet. I should probably just look up some reference. Giant ice cracks. Okay, maybe not giant. yeah, it's like wanting to see it kind of like traveling into the material. So you got like, oh, actually I kind of have a brush that can do that. Let's see, do I have it here is the question. I don't think I do. It's like my occlusion brush, right? But it's only like half of it. Or like falls off really fast, but it's like a hard edge on one side. And if it's like gentle erase more, that's kind of more that quality of kind of like what it could look like. Yeah. Shrink that down more. Hard edge erase that. And gentle erase. So kind of like that. Yeah. There's just kind of a lot happening. I think I need to pull back a bit on this glitter too. I think it's just, if I want to kind of like have some of these features kind of show through, maybe I just need to pull back a bit on some of it so that, you know, it can shine as well. But yeah, I think there's just too much of it happening up here. So that one I think works. These totally didn't, like at all. Yeah, I didn't like any of those. So I'm just going to chuck that layer out. Because like this feels more like a full solid thing. Oh, nice. So yeah, that feels more like there's actually like ice with fractures in it. That feels better. And I think, yeah, I'll just kind of like pull back a bit on where is, okay, it is this layer. Fill in this crack a bit. So it's like barely even there. Yeah, that feels more balanced. It was just too much before. Sweet. And yeah, like this one crack here works pretty good. I might even move it to a better spot because it's kind of like fighting with the tail almost. Actually, I almost want to flip it and use it on this side. Right? Maybe right there. It's kind of distracting though. Well, maybe it is good. Like just down here. I'll just kind of pull it away from the tail just a bit more. And then like maybe a more subtle version of it over here. Scaled down. Right. Here we go. I think that's just enough texture that you can kind of tell what it's about, but like it's not kind of like screaming at you, right? I think that's pretty okay. Nice. Give it a save. Oh, I feel like I missed some stuff with the chat. Yeah, I guess the snowflakes on the dress did have a lot more of an Elsa vibe, which got to be careful about drawing too strong a connection between those characters. All right, let's see. Chess pieces. You're all pawns to me. Yeah, that's totally how her playstyle would be. All pieces are pawns of the queen. All right. I actually never watched Power Rangers. I didn't get like a TV channel that could watch, like, had it on regularly. I had very few channels. I had like, I think like 5 channels that sometimes worked, and 3 of them were like French. Good old satellite, or not satellite, antenna TV. You'd have to like stand in a certain part of the room to like get a good signal for like watching a specific channel that has the most cartoons. All right, so yeah, I'm pretty happy with the cracks and the glints on the dress. Like, it's just subtle enough, but it does feel like it's ice now, so I'm happy with that. So we can jump to the scepter, because that's just being kind of like, we should do the scepter, we should do the scepter, and it just hasn't. So let's do the scepter real quick. I'll just do a clipping mask on that, and we're gonna give it like a decent punch of color. Watched it for those specific characters. Nice. I probably, like, if I were to watch it nowadays, I'd probably watch it for like the costumes, because they, like, especially the monster costumes, like, are freaking wild. Very comparable to Rita. Okay. I'll have to look that up, because I'm unfamiliar with the character, unfortunately. I just gotta respond to a piece of art that was added in just now. Alright, sorry, just had to share how awesome a piece of art that just came through is. Alright. Goth's Queen. She will absolutely destroy you. Ah! Plot twist. I like it. So redemption arc kind of thing going on with that. That's cool. I do enjoy kind of like campy villains that have like an arc like that. It's good times. And I can imagine that like everything Power Rangers was ultra camp. I feel like it would be one of the shows that like defined Oh, interesting. That's cool. Yeah, it's especially neat when like one of the heroes was evil and they kind of like learned and are kind of battling their kind of inner demons. Like Zuko from Avatar is a really interesting character like that. Because it's like a very complicated journey. You got a lot of baggage usually. Yeah, the inner demons. Yeah, good stuff. Exactly. Yeah, like it could be fun to have kind of just like a black and white good and evil kind of structure, but like when you have that gray area, there's just a lot more kind of story. Yeah, it's neat when like kid shows can like explore that and just kind of find a little more nuance in that. Yeah. Was a cat? Must have been evil then. Cats are just mischievous. Yeah, I feel like I missed it on quite a wild universe by kind of like not ever kind of like getting into the Power Rangers IP. I feel like there's just a whole world of wild. It's like a lot of the kind of like creatures that I create would very much kind of belong in a campy universe like that, just like the weird kind of mouse monsters, So I feel like I'd probably get a good kick out of that. Alright. So it's not like the same kind of quality of ice just yet. I think I need more of that kind of like transparency coming through, which thankfully with a backdrop color here I can kind of pull in more of, and by kind of like putting that more centered, kind of give it that like see-through quality a bit more. But then here I can have kind of like the arm, the reflection a bit. Nice. Transitioned into space, galaxies, extraterrestrials. Heck yeah. Especially when it like escalates. I always think of like the arc of like every like episode or season for like some shows, just kind of like taking it to the next level. So yeah, like going to space and then multi-dimensional and stuff like that. But like one of my favorite examples of that kind of happening in a show is Gurren Lagann. It's just like every episode it just like steps up a whole other kind of tier until like, you know, they start with just kind of like little tiny robots battling or whatever, and eventually they end up with like galaxies as weapons. It's good, good, good. Exponential. That's kind of like a mindset that I have in MouseHunt, is like, no matter what, we can always take it to the next level. No one's been wielding entire galaxies against anyone else just yet, so there's room. Don't worry. Can always go more epic. That's literally a motto that I have. Cool. Alternate dimensions, multiverse, time travel. We've dabbled in a bunch of those actually. I've already done some of that, even if you're not aware. That's all I'll say about that. All right. So I gotta make sure that I'm thinking of the lighting from the original direction. Kind of forgot that I flipped it, so I don't want to lose that. I don't know. I'm not like thrilled about the scepter, but like it's better. Yeah, no, I mean, we've definitely hit it on the nose with like multi-universes, time travel and stuff, like the 10th birthday, rifts, all kinds of good stuff. But there's definitely a lot of those shenanigans in the MouseHunt universe. Definitely. And hopefully more we'll kind of dig into, because we got plans, you know? I got places I want to take you hunters. Much to do. Many things to explore. Cool. Okay. Maybe just a... Nah. Gentle brush though. Just so I can hit it with like a nice accent at the end. That's the bloom. This is the glow. Let's grab that, set you back to glow. Yeah, I'll hit a couple of these with it. Because it's like going to be getting a lot of this light hitting it, right? And same with the crown. I'm gonna hit the crown with this too. Maybe I don't want it to be all hard edged. Oh man, yeah, 10th birthday was great. Hopefully we can kind of do a big bash for the 15th, you know? That'd be nice. We'll see. We'll see. The world's kind of, you know, is what it is, though. It's good. Some of this kind of light hitting the far side. Thinking Toronto. Would certainly make it easy for the devs to get out to it. Certainly would. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just kind of like, you know, even if things are like, all right, yeah, we're going back to more normal. It's like, all right, well, we'll see how long that lasts at this point. Not long. Not long, it would seem. You know, every once in a while when you tune in, it's just let's talk about existential dread. Why not? Yeah, I like that kind of warm hue bouncing around in there. I could get just a little bit of that in here too. If I bring in some brown, I can use that for the glow. Yeah. All right, I'm digging that. That feels more kind of epic and cool looking now. And the crown feels just more dynamic and fun looking. Might pull back a bit of the glow right at the front though. Just feel like her noggin might absorb a little bit more of that. Okay, so we still have the jewelry. There's some like values that I think could be refined a little bit, like the kind of the hips and this kind of like trim. I think can just kind of pop just a little better now because there's just a lot going on with all the crackling texture there. Let's try. I don't think the luminosity brush is quite what I want there. Make sure none of these are like overlapping. I do want that overlap. Well, actually, maybe I should bring that back. All right. Okay, I think I'll just deepen than this. Just overall making that a little bit darker in general. Just kind of like punch up that contrast in a nice way, right? So like even this kind of glow underneath is just more vibrant. And then I think, yeah, this is a layer above. I think I'll just merge all this down into the dress now. Make it easier to work on. I think I maybe merge this down into the dress too. That will stay as a separate layer though. This will make it easier to kind of like have kind of like the shaded edge here kind of like more softly transition. I'm not quite sure what I want this fabric to be doing. Like, I feel like this sash should actually be the same as the kind of the shoulders, right? So like, I feel like this could kind of like darkening that overall, but then kind of like maybe having it be a little bit more sheer. Somehow. How to do that? I'm not totally sure. Also, I think this just get kind of bunched up a bit higher up here. Yeah, it feels a little better. Okay, so now the jewelry is like really standing out as just being kind of like it just magic glow, I guess. I don't know what it is. So let's just turn it to silver. And then have like nice cold kind of highlights on it. Get some kind of, you know, some kind of reflections going. Not looking for anything too perfect for it right now. Just kind of want to make it feel metallic. And then, yeah, we're gonna hit it with some of this gray on the edge. Yeah, actually, it would be this layer. Shiny. Ooh, archaeology and astrophysics documentary. That sounds good. What'd you watch it on? Discovery. Yeah, I don't have that one, unfortunately. But it is full of documentaries, which are good. I might just like subscribe to like a channel like that for a bit. Soak up a bunch of them. It's kind of like the way to do streaming stuff these days sometimes. Just kind of like, all right, we'll use this service for a bit. I'll jump over to another one. feel like the edges might be the most fragile, so I'm just kind of thinking like, yeah, we can probably add a number more of these kind of just cracks. Plus it's also like thinner there, it's going to catch the light easier. It's kind of fun. I think it's a neat little render detail that just kind of looks neat. Yeah. Yep. Feels like ice. Okay, and I think the snow could feel a little bit more snow at the end. I want to get the eyes, and then we can hit it with that kind of post-processing kind of bloom to kind of pull it all together. Gives it like a bit of golden hue to it, which is very pretty at the end because it kind of offsets. It like complements the cool layer. Actually, that's another thing is we could add kind of like a misty haze to it all too. Like at the base, that might be a nice way to kind of like make it feel like it's kind of a snowier layer down there. Part of it, I think I want more of the kind of ambient light on the top. So I'm just gonna lighten it here. This might be a bit much, but I just want to see. So I don't want to lose kind of that shadow going down, that gradient of kind of darkening it a bit more at the bottom. It just didn't quite feel like snow. I feel like it would catch a fair amount of light on the top, even though it's in kind of like shadow here. So that feels a bit better with like a little more dramatic of a shadow there at least. And I think just like a hint of that kind of rim light can kind of help us kind of transition the material. Although it's going to be kind of hard to justify the light getting that far in. Can have some of the light raking across the surface here though. Especially if it's like a big kind of clumpy, lumpy texture, that would totally happen. Just want like a hint of it here, you know. Bring in that rule of like, if it looks better, go ahead, even if it breaks the rules. Some people call it the rule of cool. That's a very uncool name. Just makes it kind of lame sounding, but it's true though. The rule of cool. If it makes it more cool, then you can break all the rules. We're gonna add a little more here. It gives us more kind of like idea that this is more of a kind of lumpy material there. Okay, that feels a little more like a snow kind of drift at the bottom against ice. That feels good. Might even just kind of like throw kind of like high above it. Yeah, I think just having snowdrift kind of piling up at the bottom makes sense. Yeah, the mist at her feet. That's what I think could be nice too. Okay, I don't want that coming out quite as much, I guess. I still want it to feel like one piece, whereas if it's like snow kind of like snagging and kind of like clumping off and in lumps, it starts to feel like it's not the dress anymore. Although that can work, I do still want it to kind of be like, no, this is just the dress. It just looks very much like it's made of ice and snow. Cool. Okay. That seems pretty good. Yeah, mist. Let's see, what can we do with that? I feel like that's going to need to go on the layer up here. We'll use kind of like a nice, cool, let's see, let's try gauze cloud. Not at all that. Friction. This might be a bit more challenging. Maybe if I bring in more of the paper texture behind, actually, because it can kind of like play off of that. So if I bring this in here, I need to make this bigger. The eyes. Yes, also the eyes. Very true. Interesting. Okay, we can come back to that atmospheric stuff. Let's get the eyes. The face doesn't quite have the level of detail that other things do. So, oh yeah, and we don't have any paper anywhere. Right. Let's see. Eyes. So, you want to peer into the void. I'm just gonna mess around, experiment. Very Neo from the Matrix. Or Agent Smith when he's got the sunglasses on, the light coming from behind. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah. Maybe just the face with like deeper, darker features would actually kind of like bring the eyes out. I think maybe they get too dark. Yeah, black liner. Yeah. Let's do that on another layer. So do we go like all kind of like going extreme with that? I don't know. Not very good at this portion of design. I might try and bring back the like icicle eyelashes, because I actually think that could look pretty neat. So this at the top, with the clipping on it, so they can kind of like you do your makeup. Do you know what you're doing, Queen? Kind of a mess. I'm not gonna lie. Thinner line, yeah. I agree. Very, very extreme. It's like, I want it to read, I guess. Thank you, Jason. I'll kind of like zoom out so you can kind of see the whole piece. Yeah, the eyes are not there. Yeah, let's flip it back. Yeah, the face is a mess. I'm not happy with that yet. But like the outfit looks kind of cool, and then the bees are going to be a good distraction. So I think it's going to be a success. But the face is a mess. The eyes, I think the eyes are just kind of like wonky. Like positioning of them needs to change. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of maybe think just like strong glow is better. Like them being kind of glazed over is maybe more interesting. Yeah, that's true. I agree. She would have made a pretty good Great Winter Hunt boss. I can punch up the highlight now. That's maybe a bit better. Alright, so value structure got quite a bit deeper in the shadows here than anywhere else, so I think we need to kind of like balance that out just a little bit more. I do like it, but I think I need to kind of like carry it higher up and then have just like a peak of it down at the bottom to kind of like have this kind of like transition of a value balance. So on what layer? That layer. This color. This brush. Let's save. I think you might. So I'm just going to worry about the value first. We'll see what things look like once I come out of grayscale. Yeah, it's going to make the eyes kind of pop more, which is kind of nice. And now they have just a little bit of dimension to them. That's fine. So we have kind of like pull it back just a smidge here to kind of round it a bit. Make it kind of like match the arm there. We can have kind of like strong contrast right at that inner arm where it's gonna kind of intersect there. A little bit at the inner elbow. Just kind of working with kind of like a little bit more occlusion. Alright, let's see how this looks. Oh yeah, I flipped it around. I need to Pay attention to the light direction. Oops. Say that didn't mess anything up. Ooh, I like that. Yeah. It's a nice color in there, actually. Yeah, the Flutterby mice in the Crystal Library, that's right. I like it. Alright, I feel better with that. The eyes aren't like... I don't want the eyes to be like ultra magic or anything either. Like, I just want them to feel compelling and icy. So maybe when we have kind of like this kind of like glow, the bloom of light, we could just add a touch of that for the eyes. Thank you, Matt. Yeah, I'm not sure the haze is working at the bottom just yet. I think maybe it's just the glow needs to be more of that orange. It's more that there's just a fog. Right? I don't know, it's kind of maybe just distracting. I don't think I want that there. I like more of that kind of like harsh lighting on the back of this. I feel like that looks more interesting. It draws more detail to the like crackly ice. So I like that. Sweet. Yeah, this is actually kind of neat. Wasn't sure where I would go with the render, but I like it. Yeah, especially with that bloom on there, it does actually work pretty good. Yeah, more bees, and the paper page. All right, where can we put the paper before we run out of potential options? Give me some ideas on that. I'll like try and fix the face a little bit more. I think the nose just needs to kind of like get bumped over. Yeah, I think I'll keep the eyeshadow. Maybe the eyes pop a little too much. Contrast is extreme for the face. Yeah. Maybe leave the page. I don't really know how to edit with it messing up such greatness. All thanks. Yeah, the smaller eye does feel a bit wonky still, I agree. Need to kind of change the shape. It's more like the eyelid itself is kind of, because like this one's kind of like a bit more squinted closed with the lashes going around the outside. If we were to actually apply the lashes in the same way to this one, we would probably be looking at something more like this. You know? It's like not quite there yet. But no, that's wonky. You'd think I would know how to kind of draw eyes on the side of a mouse head by this point, you know? Very, like, bugged out pug eyes in a moment there. This is not something that should be this difficult to make look right. It's weird. Okay, that looks even worse. It's like I could do, you know, the whole like, alright, well let's actually anatomize this. Anatomize. That's a word. So like, got kind of the skull here. My sockets are pretty big actually and nice. We have like cheekbones that actually come out quite a bit. Right. So it's like a screaming skull now. Yeah, the eye maybe needs to get lifted up just a bit and pushed back. Okay, let's do this. You can come with 2 eyelashes, which are nowhere near where the eyes are on their layer. There you are. Okay, no, I just wanted to grab this one. Ah, that feels a little too far now. Sometimes it's just drift in art. Oh my gosh. Get out of here. Stupid bots. Report. 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 It's back. Import. Hopefully this like removes it for everybody is the thing. No, don't pin that, god damn it. Apologies, unpin. Import. Definitely don't want to pin that. I mean, it was just a bracket with an exclamation mark, but still. Right. I was like, the chat is moving far too fast for normal. What's going on? Ah, bots. No. It's good. Like the thing is like when things are wonky, sometimes you don't see it because you've been looking at it too long. And then like when you kind of shift that a little, it like becomes obvious. And then the truth is like if it's wonky, it's gonna look wonky, right? So I think that this is a little, maybe a bit better, but I'm not like thrilled with it, but like that's not anyone's fault. It's just sometimes the art doesn't quite do exactly what you need it to. But you know what, like at least I feel like the other elements of the character resonate pretty well. So not too upset about the face not quite reading as good as it could. All right. Off with his head. All right, let's see. What else? Snow bees. What's this? Some kind of artifact there, but that's fine. It's just part of the page. No, it's not that layer. Where is this? I can't select you. Okay, it's this layer. Gotcha. Aha. Nice. All right. Cat. I'm a kitty cat. Yeah, I think the eyes do feel a bit better now. And also, yeah, I think toning them down isn't a bad idea. There's just so much kind of that's already intense and epic about the character, and I don't want them to actually be like super magical feeling, right? But like having them be kind of glassy and cold is good. So let me just see if kind of something like that, and then do another layer for this, just so I can mess around with this a bit more. Cool. Good enough. Yeah, just a little reflection in the eyes just makes them feel less flat than what it could be. At least the original was just like super flat and kind of weird. It's not bad, but I do like them toned down a little. Just kind of less kind of like demanding compared to the rest of the character. I think that she already kind of demands enough attention. Alright, let's get those bees. Bees! Need more bees. Not that layer. This layer. Hello, friends. So, this is our bee layer. I like them being kind of chunky. Just like these wings should not be able to lift you, friends. And then this. I should really just have like a layer right up here. Oop. Right up here that's not clipped, and it's just like, here is the color if you need to grab it for that rim light. And I don't need to constantly turn it on or change the layer mode every single time. Like, I don't think they need a lot of detail either. Like, I think them being made of snow, I kind of like them being kind of like not super detailed and like you can kind of maybe figure out what's going on with them, but overall it's just kind of like a lumpy shape. Yeah, exactly. They should just be kind of like a cute little background detail. Precisely. Like a little stinger to that one, just so you can kind of be like, oh, I think I understand what that is. You can kind of like construct it by like seeing different angles of this kind of like silhouette almost. Like, wait, I get it now. Ooh, the source of animated snow. It's an interesting idea. Be cool if we can like somehow use her during the Great Winter Hunt, you know? Okay, hopefully that's not getting too busy with them. Maybe I could make them a bit smaller in general, so they're less kind of noticeable, but kind of cute being chunky. And, you know, it's a mouse. I don't want to make them, like, so tiny that it's just like, what are these, like, pieces of dust? Yeah, I don't know. So why does she have bees? Because she's royalty. Bees need a queen. No, actually, it is a reference to the original Snow Queen character by Hans Christian Andersen. The Snow Queen has basically snowflakes that are shaped like bees that follow her around, and I think guard her palace. So that's why. But it also made me realize why in Jupiter Rising there's kind of like the whole bees following royalty around. If you've seen that movie, it's a trip. It's pretty fun. It's like, and I enjoy it. A lot of people don't like the movie, but it's like very campy, and the way it works for me is it's very much kind of like when you're like a young teen or something and you come up with your own universe and like cool story and characters. It's like literally that is what the universe is built around, is like that kind of like story that you would have created when you were like young, but like made with a really good budget and cast and just kind of like I don't know, it's so fun. And the it was like a creation by the Wachowski sisters, and like um, it's a story that they've wanted to tell for a long time, I believe, and you know, with all their kind of skills, they were able to kind of like put that together and create it. So I think it is kind of like one of those stories that was created a very long time ago, and just like really wanted to still make this into a thing. I think it's very fun. Space dragons and vampires, and it's like an epic space opera, and like with like sci-fi werewolves. Like, if you want some like good kind of like details about it, one of the like space werewolf characters has a gun that when he shoots it, it barks. That's all you need to know how good it is. Gun bark. Good stuff. Yes, it has been asked, but I'll answer it again. This character does fall into the three areas of the folklore forest, because of kind of the way that the characters exist in here, they are characters of kind of like fables and folklore and stuff like that. So this character exists in that kind of like universe, and so can be drawn upon, I suppose you could say. I like to give like some stripes to that one too. I think this one's a bit big. It just doesn't read very well, so I don't want it to take up too much space. Still want to keep it around though. Just make it smaller. A small bee. And I think the wings on it too can just be shrunk down. Maybe too small. It's like curvy arms or something there. I feel like I just need to fix this one. There we go. That feels more like bee wings. I think it's kind of like the way that they come out and like get thicker at the ends. Nice. Okay, I'm just gonna get rid of the like highlight on the eyes there, since I don't think they're working. There we go. All right, you're back again. Report. Hey YouTube, can you just like be able to realize what this is? Especially with all the reports that are being sent in. All right. Yeah, I mean, if it persists like that, I will change it to like subscriber mode, but like I don't want to do that. And even then, it's like, I don't know, a bot probably just will subscribe to a channel and just spam away. I don't think that's gonna stop it. So, all right. Really? Huh. Interesting. That is a piece of information that I did not know, Jason. Actually, like, I watched while I was kind of like learning about Hans Christian Andersen. I like read up a bunch of stuff about his kind of past and like all kinds of weird stuff. Like, oh, people suspected that he was actually like royalty, even though he was kind of like raised by a shoe cobbler and like a washerwoman. Like, there was kind of like theories about him actually being like, you know, a child of royalty who was not to be known, kind of thing. And then like through various research, I ended up just like watching a movie that was made about Hans Christian Andersen, which was like so very much not really about the character. It was just like, you know, a story with a lot of singing and kind of like vague details about his life. But that was actually one of the elements in that telling was about kind of the it was a ballet dancer, um, and like in that he was a shoe cobbler, and that was mainly what he was. And I don't know. But yeah, it did have the whole unrequited love kind of element. It was a silly story. Yeah. I don't know. What do we think? I feel like that's the paper right at the end. Let's figure that out. Hmm. Thank you. Where can we put the paper? I do want to add it. I think I got there. Yeah, we do actually get to pick the thumbnail. Actually, when I think of it and can, I leave it up to the chat to decide. So, yeah, if you have ideas, I am definitely all ears for that. I do have a theory that it might be one of the bees, but they don't really have the resolution to necessarily work for that, so maybe it won't. Maybe I will have been wrong about that theory. Thinking, thinking, thinking. There we go. Oh wait, you know what it needs to say? Because in the story she has Kai, the kid that she like basically kidnaps and brainwashes. For him to be able to escape, he has to spell out the word eternity. With ice. There we go. We did it. I'll knock it down a bit more too, because I don't want it to like take away so much from the character. So we just kind of like barely even let you notice that. That's fine. Cool. I think that works. Get out of here. Listen. Oops. Hide user on this channel. Okay. Thank you. Snowbee collectible. That's a fun idea. I'll toss that in there too. All right, so let's see. Yeah, it can be hard to choose the thumbnail. Sometimes I actually like take a few and then upload all of them and let someone else decide. Oh, some of the scepter with a bee in it. That could be fun. Actually, that's not a bad one. I'll try that out. All right. But yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with how this is now. Coming up on 4:30. It's not bad. Oh yeah, let's turn that bloom back on. Nice. Yeah, I like what it does with the scepter over here and like that warm kind of glow on the edges of things. That seems nice. Let's see, let's grab that color. See if I want to just kind of like put a little bit more of it elsewhere. I actually might get some of this shadow onto the bees now. Gotta put their knees in the shade a little. Then the bees' knees. I feel like the ones over here might be kind of better to have just a bit of shadow on them. It'll help them read anyways, so there we go. That feels better. Especially with just a little glow on that. Right? If I go back, I bring in this, just make its butt glow a little. It's nice. And I think I'll pull it back just a bit down here. Just don't want it to be too strong on that. Less is more. But again, it's kind of like push it too far, and then you know how far to pull it back. Cool. All right. I think that's it. Oh, that's creepy. Like the fingers and stuff, and like the crown. Nice. Definitely much more disturbing looking. Ah. Elegant and pretty. Horrifying. It's like pestilence or something. Alright. Sweet. So I'm pretty happy with that now. I'm going to save, and let's enjoy the time lapse while we wrap up. So, actually, we could try and figure out the thumbnail. And what's interesting is in Clip Studio, let me actually just export this so I can jump into Photoshop where I can actually get this thumbnail. Right, so now we can figure out the thumbnail because I actually have image open with Photoshop. Nope. All right. So, what do we want to try for this? Yeah, I need to make you not a background for whatever reason. It doesn't want to go full screen if it's just the background. So mouse thumbnail is 50 by 50. All right, so we wanted to try the scepter with abuzz. Crown is too obvious for the thumbnail, and the skirt of the coat is too broad. I think the scepter and bee would give enough interesting preview that you'd easily know what you caught. Yeah, no, I like that. Thanks, Sunny. Actually, I used to sell prints, but that was kind of when I was doing conventions and such. It's been a while. They're not really happening these days. So let's see if this reads well at all. Might not. Yeah, I don't think that quite reads. Need to zoom in more. But yeah, it's like with that kind of haze and such, it might. Can't really tell that hand. Actually, I might export this as a higher res image, and then that'll just give us more to work with. So let's hop back to Clip Studio. Let's export that, but at full res. Okay, try that again. I feel like it did. Oh, it's a PNG, that's why. So you gotta switch it to JPEG each time in Clip Studio, I think. Come on. Well, at least it'll be very high res. Alright, now open with Photoshop. There we go. You can get a lot more details now. But yeah, like maybe I should turn off the bloom just for trying to capture this thumbnail. you know? So I think it can interfere with the readability of it maybe a bit. So yeah, like I can't tell that that's a hand, right? Whereas like this hand and a B, it's like, all right, I can see that's at least a hand. The crown being an obvious one might still not even be clear enough, right? And then, like, I kind of almost like the collar and the bees. I don't think this is going to read very well, though. Yeah. This is a tough one. I think because of the bloom, it actually makes it a harder thing to read. So I'm going to turn that off. And then export again. This time I'll do the JPEG. Full size. Okay. Okay. Alright. And now open with Photoshop. Okay. So let's see if this reads any better. Or maybe we need like the elbow in here and like zoom it out even more. That might help. And then there's just kind of like a gaggle of bees. Bees. That kind of... I mean, for you guys, it's even harder to see because you're kind of like smaller view of this. But yeah, it's... I think this one works. So let's do one of these. And we'll just be like A, B, C, and just kind of like give out a few options and then whatever works the best. The snow regent A, or ice regent, or whatever. Alright, and then let's see what else. Just a bee. We gotta do just a bee, but what bee? I almost want just like the collar of bees. Like these guys here. Just kind of hanging out. Ooh. Bee. Bumblebutt. Okay, I actually think this might be a fun one. Kinda works. Kinda. I don't mind that one. And it does go in line with what I expected for it to be about the bees. The bees. Okay. What about the dress? It's like curious enough. It's gonna be hard to tell what's going on is the thing. But like that's kind of neat, maybe. Maybe. It looks like an icy mountain, you know. And of course, because there are just bees everywhere, you get a bee in it. Little bee boy. Get the hand. think I want the base of the dress more than including the hand. That's kind of interesting. It's like it does read as a snowdrift, and like, what is happening? I'll throw it in. Not my favorite, but kind of works. Like here, it looks kind of neat. Save as C. All right. Blue makes it washed out, yeah, but only in the preview. In the full view, it definitely looks better. I agree. I agree. Yeah, it just kind of like makes it a little bit blurrier. The edges get lost, but like that's because it's like crushing all those pixels together, so it just kind of like mushes them and you lose definition. But of course, like with it at proper resolution, you get all that nice definition, just a bit of nice glow. So, all right, now I don't want to save you, but I do want to come back here, turn that on, and let's export properly. So this is going to be my full res. Export as a PNG, 100%. Oh, actually, for the full res PNG, I actually turn off the background. It'll be interesting because like the bloom wouldn't work with a transparent background. So I'm gonna put out two versions because like for marketing, we like to include like super high res version that's transparent so that it can just be like slapped on to things. Like if we want to make a cool looking news post, we can just like grab that mouse, throw it on here. But for the news, like for making that viable, I turn off kind of like those things. But look what happens to that bloom, right? So one solution is to get rid of this. Not do that. Oh, that's what that is. Yeah, you're garbage. I don't want that. Is to have that clip to the actual mouse. So there, you still get that kind of blooming glowiness, but it kind of ends right at the edge. We're not getting it kind of like bleeding out onto kind of like whatever is in the background, which is fine. It'll work for marketing stuff and like throwing on kind of like an ad or something. So that will be the version 2 with background option. So that's good. So this will be full res, no background. Okay. And so that's just useful for like putting stuff together nice and quick. But then we'll go back to how it was for the rest of the exporting. Although real quick, gotta have our silhouette. Oh, it's like so eerie and creepy now. Interesting. That silhouette is like very like. I almost want the crown and the scepter to be as translucent as they are. So what I'll do is duplicate this folder, turn off the the crown and scepter on the top one, where I apply the silhouette to. And then in the bottom one, I put an overlay layer, which is just, get out of here. Goodness. Get lost. Hide user. This will be desaturated, and then we'll knock it back a little bit. Yeah, it's kind of interesting like that. Actually, we'll go full opacity, but then I'll use like an eraser to kind of make it kind of fade in and out. That kind of like adds some cool. I like it. It looks kind of cooler like that. Nice. All right, so there's our silhouette. And this one's only at 25% the size. Oh, that's supposed to be a JPEG though. Keep not selecting that. Silhouette. There you go, Queen Bee. Thank you. Yeah, no, I think that the lighting really kind of kicked it to another level just because we started the way we did, like using a different process to just kind of like experiment with the lighting right off the bat to like try and push that. I think that actually really did it. So I might do more of that in the future, which is pretty rad. You can have your crown back. Boop. And let's get the backdrop in. Boop. And let's get the globe in. What is this? Oh yeah. Don't want that back. That's the sketch, that's the silhouette. All right, cool. So that should be all of the layers put back to where they need to be. Is there any weird artifacts anywhere that are not working? Balance seems okay. Not bad. Okay, so now we're putting out the kind of final versions of this. So that is at 25%. Okay. And then we need one more, the Open Graph OG JPEG at full size. And this I'm going to open in Photoshop to crop at 1500 by 1500, just because like it actually, Photoshop has a better kind of like tool set for cropping stuff, I find. It's just smoother, easier tool to work with. No. Open in Photoshop, please. There we go. All right. And 1500 by 1500. Zoomed up a little bit is good. Yeah, there we go. Boom. Export. I don't even know if we use this very often at all, but it's just part of the process. Save. And I think that's that. So let's actually watch the time lapse, because that could be playing. I'm actually going to run off for a minute while that is playing, so you can just enjoy, and I'll be right back. Just need to take a quick minute, but let's rewatch this as it loads. Here we go. All right, I'll BRB. All right, and I am back. Just going to reshare the Larry link for anyone who might have missed it, or just kind of like watching VOD. I think the chat shows up recorded as well. So if you're watching this after and you know to skip all the way to the end to watch the time lapse, there you go. I don't know what the ETA for the release is, but we're getting along, you know. Definitely have a lot of the characters created. Kind of wrapping up some of the HUD stuff, a lot of testing phase, so it's coming along. There's still like, you know, a fair amount of work to kind of get it, you know, as kind of like polished and finished as we want it. So it's not imminent, but it's definitely getting closer and closer every week. So, but yeah, I'm sure that, like, you know, we'll have more along the timeline stuff to share in the future. But until, you know, Dave or someone is like, all right, here's what we want to share and the dates and stuff, that's like, I'm not gonna put that out there. Oh, you know what? Messed up a thing. Forgot to unclip that to get that glow. Yeah, gotta get that glow. That's what was missing. Cool. Okay, so I just gotta re-export all that. Just the JPEGs. Honestly, just the main one. I'll just re-export the main one. Replace 25%. Oh, interesting. Why are you doing that? That's weird. Because that's a draft layer. Let's try that again. It's good to know that that can cause that effect. Okay, it's because it was the very background I set to draft layer, because when I have stuff as draft layers, when I export, it automatically hides it if it's transparent. But apparently it also pretends to hide it on a JPEG. But then because layers are interacting with it and it's not there anymore, the layer effects get all wonky. So there we go. That's the proper looking one. And you know what? I am going to re-export the open graph one because it will look better. Yes. Oh, it's open in Photoshop, right? I would leave the time lapse running as well, but that doesn't let me export things when it's running. So unfortunately, I will replay it though, but we can watch it at a higher speed because I feel like. Where is it open? I think that's what it was. One last try. It is now 5 o'clock. JPEG. Open graph, replace, yes, there we go. 100%. And okay, and then open you in Photoshop. Almost done. Same crop. Good enough. Cool. Export. Save. Replace. Done. There we go. Okay, that's done now. Alright, back to the time lapse now that everything is maybe correct, but maybe not. And we'll just go 1 minute. So it'll go by faster, but it is what it is. But yeah, okay, so yeah, I'm going to be gone for a week, but I'll probably do another art one once I'm back. So, you know, next month, first Friday, I'll probably be streaming again. There's just, you know, plenty of characters to create, and I like making them on stream, so it's fun to do, and I hope that you all enjoy. There's a lot of cool details. I'll slow it down now. Ah, dang. All right, well, here I'll jump ahead. Is this playing? Oh, it's so slow now. Maybe that was a bad idea. Oh, no, it's fine. It'll just be another 5 minutes, but I can ramble for another 5 minutes. But yeah, so have a good weekend. Thank you. Yeah, much love from the Caribbean. Much love to the Caribbean. Like, one of those pronunciations maybe isn't wrong. But yeah, so hope you all, you know, are staying safe, having a good time. Looking forward to the new area. Yeah, just set it back to fast mode. This is taking too long. Yeah, one of these days I will export these videos. One day. And like upload them. Oh, right, I gotta upload this to Facebook. I'll do that as soon as I'm done. I think other times, there we go, it's done. Other times, like when I've uploaded to Facebook, it had errors and stuff, so I just kind of like fell out of that routine. Yeah, the like little kind of eyelashes and stuff. Well, maybe I'll tweak that in the future if I kind of look at it and I'm like, I would like those details. But right now, I think I'm done for the day. So, it was fun. I feel like I had a pretty good art day. And thank you all for being a part of the journey and giving me feedback and direction and all that. I think it turned out great, thanks to everybody's support. But yeah, I shall see you all the next time. I I download it, but like my phone doesn't have room because I have a very old phone. It's like a OnePlus X, so I need to like download or I need to delete some stuff to like actually download it proper. But I do want to play it, and I like bought it and went to install, and then it was like you don't have any room, and then I forgot to delete stuff to make room. Very forgetful person. But I have it. I just haven't made the room on it because I'm like I use everything on here. I don't know what to delete yet. I just need to like dump any of the photos that are on here because they're surprisingly large files, and that would clear up a bit of space. But yeah, no, it's cool. I'm all about kind of like supporting that, and so I will play it up at the cottage. Yeah. All right. Well, take care, everyone. Again, stay safe. Take care of each other. Happy hunting, and I'll catch you all later. Until then.